Harry's verse. What if Harry Potter was Flash's reincarnation? If you enjoy this story, consider liking, subscribing, and dropping a comment so we know which corner of the multiverse to visit next. Now sit back, lean in, and run with us. Harry's verse. Chapter 1, The Fast Boy. The first thing Harry Potter understood about the world, before language, before names, before the sour smell of his cupboard or the specific creak of the third stair, was that the world was wrong about how time worked. Time was a thing other people lived inside, the way a fish lives inside water. Harry lived next to it. He had not yet developed the vocabulary to make this complaint. He simply observed it the way he observed the swirl of dust in the cupboard light, as a fact about the universe that nobody else seemed to notice, and which it would, on consideration, probably be impolite to mention. He was 4 years and 3 months old when he first caught the teacup. Aunt Petunia had been carrying it across the kitchen to Uncle Vernon, who had been declaiming to no one in particular about the moral failings of the Smiths next door. Petunia's slipper had clipped the edge of the rug. The teacup had left her hand at what was, in any reasonable physics, a 40-degree angle of departure. There had been a sound, a small ceramic gasp, and then the universe had paused in a way Harry would later learn was not standard. The teacup hung in the air. Petunia's mouth was open in the perfect oval of a noise she had not yet finished making. The rim of her cardigan had risen exactly the height of a beetle from her shoulder, and stayed there, like a wing. Harry walked across the kitchen. He did not run. He felt no urgency. The teacup was patient. The kitchen was patient. He picked the teacup out of the air with both hands the way one removes a hat from a low shelf, considered the rather grim brown of the tea inside, and set the teacup on the counter beside the sugar bowl. Then he walked back to the corner where he had been standing. The world resumed. Petunia's noise finished itself. Oh. The cardigan rim fell. Vernon, mid-sentence, paused, and looked at the counter, and looked at Petunia, and looked at the floor, which was rugged and tealess, and said, in the voice of a man who has been promised one thing and given another, Petunia. The cup. I had it, said Petunia. She had not had it. It must have been, I must have set it down. Vernon stared at the cup as though it had betrayed a confidence. Petunia stared at her own hand, which, in defiance of the recent past, was empty. Harry, in his corner, did not move. He had not yet developed the moral imagination to lie about what he had done. He had, on the other hand, developed the much earlier and more useful skill of not being noticed. He stood very still and looked at his shoes, which had cost £2 at a charity shop and were the wrong size in opposite directions, and waited for the moment to be over. It must have been the cat, Petunia said. We don't have a cat, Petunia. Mrs. Fig's cat, then. The matter was disposed of with the brisk dishonesty of married people who have spent years agreeing not to look at things. The teacup was washed. Vernon's tea was remade. Harry was sent to his cupboard for the offense of being in the room when something inexplicable happened, which was, he understood by now, the principal offense of his existence. In the cupboard, in the dark, Harry sat with his knees against his chest and considered the geometry of what had just occurred. The teacup had been falling. He had been across the kitchen. The teacup was no longer falling. The kitchen was a finite distance. He had crossed the kitchen. Fast, said his mind, in a voice that did not sound entirely like a child's. You went fast. Harry filed this under the very small category of things he knew to be true and which he would never tell another human being. The category was, at this point in his life, almost entirely empty. He had a place in it now. Fast went next to, Aunt Petunia hates me because I look like my mother, which he had deduced last winter from the way she flinched when sunlight caught his eyes, and, the spider in the cupboard corner is named Geoffrey, which he had decided unilaterally and which Geoffrey had not, so far, contested. Run, Harry, run, said the voice in his head, which was not a child's voice and not an adult's voice and not, particularly, his. He thought, all right, and stayed exactly where he was. In the next 18 months, several things happened that Harry did not tell anybody about. He stopped fearing Dudley's punches. This was a matter of considerable practical importance. Dudley, at 5, was already a thrower of weight and a maker of bruises, and the principal entertainment of his social circle was an activity called Harry hunting, the rules of which were that Harry ran, the others chased, and whoever caught Harry first received the privilege of administering whatever educational measure he found morally appropriate. The game was popular. Harry was, the others agreed, the right kind of small. Then, one afternoon in a gravel lane behind the primary school, with Dudley winding up a swing that under standard physics ought to have connected with Harry's left ear, the world did the patient thing again. Harry watched Dudley's fist crawl through the air. He watched the fat of Dudley's cheek wobble in slow majesty. He watched a bead of sweat depart Dudley's hairline and begin its long descent toward Dudley's eyebrow. He watched Piers Polkiss laugh in a noise that, slowed to this speed, sounded like a goose drowning. He stepped sideways. He had time to consider where to step. He stepped where Dudley's face would be in a moment, which was, on reflection, a poor decision. He corrected, stepped instead behind Dudley's shoulder, and waited. The world resumed. Dudley's fist whistled through the place Harry had been, found nothing, and dragged Dudley with it. Dudley's own momentum carried him into the gravel. There was a noise that was, Harry noticed with what he would later understand was Barry Allen's interest in stress-testing a hypothesis, exactly the noise a watermelon makes when it is dropped from waist height onto wet pavement. He moved, said Piers, who had not seen Harry move, only seen Harry not be where Harry had been. He didn't, said another boy, who had seen the same nothing. He must have, said Piers. Dudley sat in the gravel and cried. Harry, with Barry's instinct for evidence, noted, 1, no physical contact had occurred, so no bruise, so the parents would be told a story that Harry had pushed Dudley without touching him. 2, the gravel had imprinted Dudley's left palm in a pattern that was going to itch all afternoon. 3, Dudley would never, in the rest of his life, swing at Harry without flinching first, even if he didn't know why. Harry did not smile. Harry did not show emotion to Dudley because emotion to Dudley was currency, and Harry had been raised to be poor. He walked home alone and did not run, because the world had taught him that running was suspicious and walking was correct, and because the running, he was already beginning to understand, was for other things. Petunia caught him once, in the back garden, doing what Harry would not have called experiments because at 6 he did not have the word. She had come out to hang washing. It was a Tuesday. Harry had been doing the small thing, the patient thing, which was, looking at a leaf about to fall from the apple tree, and being beside the leaf as it left the branch, and walking alongside the leaf as it descended, and watching it spin in the slow air and the very small movements of dust around it. He had been doing this for what felt to him like several minutes. He had meant to stop before Petunia came out. He had not. Petunia, with a sheet over her shoulder and a clothes peg between her teeth, opened the kitchen door. The world, as it always did when other people arrived, snapped into its proper speed, and the leaf hit the grass with a tiny crunch, and Harry was standing 6 feet from the tree, looking down at a leaf, and Petunia was looking at him. She did not say anything for a moment. She did not open her mouth, even, around the clothes peg. She looked, he thought, like a woman being asked by a stranger to confirm that her own name was hers. Then she said, around the peg, "What are you doing?" "Looking at a leaf, Aunt Petunia." "Get inside." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." He went inside. He did not look back. He did not need to look back, he could feel her watching him, the way you can feel a pinprick of sunlight through a cloud. He understood, with a precision unusual for 6, that Petunia had not seen anything she could put a name to, but had seen something she had decided long ago she would not see again, and that this resolution was now under threat, and that the threat was him. He spent the next several years being careful around Petunia. The carefulness took the shape of, never being too quick to clean the breakfast dishes, never finishing his chores faster than the chores deserved, always looking sleepy in the morning even when his mind, whatever it was doing, had been awake before dawn rehearsing arithmetic problems in the dark of his cupboard for the simple satisfaction of knowing how fast it could think. The arithmetic was a discovery. It had begun as a sort of game. He would close his eyes in the cupboard, choose two numbers, 87 and 341, say, and try to multiply them in his head. The answer would come immediately, the way the answer to, "What is the color of the sky?" comes immediately, and Harry would think, that was too fast. So he would try harder numbers. Then he would try long division. Then he would try to recite the times tables backward from 12. By 8 he had taught himself, from a torn arithmetic book Dudley had thrown at his head, to do square roots in his head, and to estimate the cube root by interpolation, and to multiply two 3-digit numbers in less than a second, although the second was an external second. Inside, he could take as much time as he liked. He did not tell anyone about the arithmetic either. He did not tell anyone about the books either, although the books were, in their way, a more dangerous secret than any of the other things, because they implied a Harry that read. He had begun reading at 4. He had not been taught. He had, in fact, been actively prevented from being taught. The Dursleys had decided, on a moral principle Harry had never been able to extract, that their nephew was not to be advanced in any way that would distinguish him from their son. Their son had not been advanced in any way at all, because Dudley had learned to read at 7 and complained about it the entire time. Harry had taught himself by the simple expedient of looking at the cereal boxes Petunia left on the counter, and the labels on the tins in the cupboard, and the spines of the books Vernon kept in the den and never opened, and putting it all together in the way one assembles a jigsaw if one has, by some grace, several copies of the same jigsaw at slightly different completions. By the time he was old enough to be sent to primary school he was, in private, reading at the level of a precocious 12-year-old, and in public, with great care, reading at the level of a slightly slow 6-year-old. His teachers thought he was thick. This was a victory. The voice in his head, the one that said "Run, Harry, run," was not, he had come to understand, the only thing in his head that was not him. There was, in addition, a kind of vocabulary that he had not been taught. He knew what a chain of custody was. He knew what stippling was, in the context of a powder burn. He knew what a Locard exchange principle was. He knew, in a deep and unexamined way, that the proper response to seeing a body face down in an alley was to note the position of the hands, the angle of the head, the depth of the rigor in the small muscles around the eyes, the discoloration of any exposed skin, the quality of the light at the time of estimated death, and, if one were thorough, the brand of the shoes. Harry had never seen a body face down in an alley. Harry had never been in an alley. Harry's life, until he was 10, was bounded by Privet Drive and the primary school and the small Sainsbury's where Petunia bought the teabags, and yet he knew these things the way one knows one's own surname. He filed this, like the rest, under, "Do not tell." The category was getting crowded. The summer Harry turned 10, the voice changed. It had been there always, in the sense that the back of one's own throat is always there, present without being noticeable. "Run, Harry, run." The cadence was warm and dry and slightly American, and Harry did not know what an American sounded like except from the films Vernon disapproved of and Dudley watched anyway, and yet the cadence was, to him, the most familiar cadence in the world. It was, he had decided around 8, the cadence of his real father, whoever his real father had been. James Potter, the Dursleys spat sometimes when they thought he wasn't listening, and James Potter, Harry understood, was a name that did not have the shape of the voice in his head. The voice was not James Potter. The voice was not Lily Potter either, though once or twice in the slow seconds when the world hung still, he had felt a second presence behind the first one, softer, female, attentive, and had not, at 8, had any framework for what to do with it. The summer he turned 10, the second presence said, very clearly, in a kitchen at 3 in the morning while Harry was speed-eating a slice of cold toast he had stolen from the bin, "Bear, you have to be careful." Harry, with the toast in his mouth and the world hung in the beautiful patience of his slowest setting, stopped. He did not know what Bear meant. He had not been called Bear. He had been called boy, freak, you, the brat, and once, memorably, by a teacher who had read his name off the register without looking up, Harold. He had not been called Bear. And yet. Bear, the voice said again. The voice had a quality he had no word for. The closest he could come, with his 10-year-old vocabulary, was, the way Mrs. Henson at school sounded when she'd cut her finger on the laminator and was telling herself it was fine. Tender. The voice was tender. He stood in the kitchen with the toast in his mouth and the sink dripping and the clock ticking, all at the speed he had set, which was the speed of patience, and he listened. Nothing else came. He swallowed the toast. He let the world resume. The clock ticked properly. The drip dripped. Harry put the rest of the toast in his pocket because he had been raised to believe that food was finite and went back to his cupboard. In the dark, with the door shut, he said, very quietly, Bear. The voice did not answer. Voices in one's head, Harry was beginning to suspect, did not answer when one called. They came when they wanted to come. He said, more quietly still, Mum. He had never said the word aloud. The word, in his mouth, felt like a stranger's coat. He took it off again and put it away. He went to sleep. In his dreams there was a kitchen with a window full of bright, foreign sunlight, and a woman in a yellow blouse pouring something into a glass, and a man's hand with a wedding ring he did not recognize, and the woman saying, and Harry could hear her now, properly, with all the syllables intact, Bear, will you stop reading at the table? And Harry, in the dream, looked down at a folder of crime scene photographs in his lap, and looked up at the woman, and said, Sorry, Iris. He woke up. The cupboard was dark. The clock on the kitchen wall ticked through the door. Geoffrey, who had been the spider in the corner for years now, was working on his web, and Harry, lying on his back with his hands behind his head, watched Geoffrey work and thought, Iris. He did not know an Iris. He did know, with a certainty he could not justify, that Iris was a name that mattered, and that the man with the wedding ring had been him, and that he was not, on any reckoning he could make, 11 years old. The letter arrived on a Tuesday in late July, a few days before his 11th birthday, and Harry, who had been collecting the post for the Dursleys since he had been small enough to do it without being noticed, knew immediately that something was strange about it. It was not strange because of the handwriting, although the handwriting was strange, emerald green, copperplate, suspiciously formal. It was strange because the addressing was wrong. Mr. H. Potter, it said. The cupboard under the stairs. 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. Harry stood in the hall with the letter in his hand and did the small, patient thing, which was to slow down enough to notice everything at once, the weight of the envelope, thicker than ordinary stationery, almost parchment, the smell of it, ink and something faintly herbal, like a cupboard of dried sage, the postmark, none, there was no postmark, the seal on the back, a coat of arms with a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, around a Gothic H, and the exact angle at which the letter had landed in the wire basket. It had, he was fairly sure, not been pushed through the slot at all, it had simply been there. The cupboard under the stairs. Whoever had sent the letter knew where Harry slept. Harry, who had spent 10 years assembling a careful private inventory of what the world knew about him versus what he knew about the world, felt the inventory tilt. Vernon, in the kitchen, was complaining about the Smiths. Harry made a calculation. The letter was addressed to him, which meant it was his to open. The letter was, in fact, his to open in a household where the post was Vernon's by jurisdiction and where any letter Harry received would be confiscated immediately and possibly also burned. The rational move was to take the letter to his cupboard, open it in private, and work out who it was from before announcing its existence. He took the letter to his cupboard. He opened it carefully. He had learned, from a magazine article in a Reader's Digest in the dentist's waiting room, that a steamed envelope reseals badly and that the mark of a careful spy is to slit the side and re-glue with PVA, but in the event, he did not need to be careful, because the moment his fingertip touched the wax seal, the wax made a small ceramic noise and fell off intact in his palm, like a pet that had been waiting for him. Inside the envelope were 2 sheets of the same parchment, written in the same emerald copperplate. Harry slowed himself down, the way he had taught himself, and read both sheets in what to anyone watching would have been a single unblinking glance. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry, in the dark of the cupboard, with the letter on his knees, became, for what was perhaps the first time he could measure, internally still. Witchcraft. Wizardry. Owl. Several years of small inexplicable things, leaves and teacups and falling sweat and the impossibility of Dudley's fist, proposed themselves for recataloguing. He thought, very precisely, the world has more rules than I was told. I am a piece of it. The rules apply to me. There is a school. There are other people who do this. There is a man with 3 middle names who runs the school. There is a deputy with a Scottish surname who writes to children. He read the second sheet, which was the equipment list. He did not understand most of it. He understood enough to notice that the list specified, in sober language, 3 sets of plain work robes, a wand, a pewter cauldron of standard size 2, and 1 toad or cat or owl. The list specified, in very small print at the bottom, that first years were not allowed their own broomsticks. Broomsticks. Harry, who was not given to expressions, allowed the corner of his mouth to do something that was not quite a smile. Of course there were broomsticks. Broomsticks were a logical extension of a universe in which a teacup could be caught faster than a teacup could fall. He folded the letter. He put it in the inside of his jumper, where Petunia could not find it on a casual inspection. He put the wax seal in his pocket because the wax seal was, on reflection, evidence, and Harry had the berry streak of never, ever throwing away evidence. He went to the kitchen. Vernon looked up. Petunia looked up. Dudley, who had been taking the systematic approach to a fried tomato, did not look up. Anything in the post? Said Vernon. Bill from the dentist, Harry said. He had not opened the bill from the dentist. The bill from the dentist had been the second envelope in the basket. He produced it, smoothly, as though it had been the only envelope. And a flyer for the new chip shop. Said Vernon. He took the dentist's bill. He opened it with the disgust appropriate to a man who has been informed that his teeth, like everything else in his life, require maintenance. Petunia was looking at Harry. Petunia had not stopped looking at Harry since he had walked into the kitchen, which was, Harry noticed, unusual. Petunia normally looked through Harry. The post was late today, said Petunia. Yes, Aunt Petunia. Why? I don't know, Aunt Petunia. Did you bring all of it in? Yes, Aunt Petunia. Petunia held his gaze for a long moment. Petunia's face was doing the thing it did when Petunia was suspecting something she was not allowed to suspect. The skin around her eyes had tightened by, Harry estimated, in the slow space, perhaps a millimeter. Her left index finger was tapping the side of her teacup at a rhythm that was not quite a rhythm. Harry did the thing he had practiced for 10 years. He made his face small. He made his eyes slightly unfocused. He looked, in all the available ways, like the boy Petunia had decided he was, a stupid, unlucky, vaguely irritating thing she did not have to think about. She looked away first. Eat your toast, she said. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He ate his toast at the speed of a normal boy eating toast, which was slower than he could have done it by a factor of, conservatively, 200, and considered, in the ample inside time, the question of what to do about the letter. The letter, he thought, was a problem with 2 ends. The first end was Vernon and Petunia, who would, if they ever found the letter, burn it. He had to keep the letter from them. The second end was Hogwarts itself, which had asked for a reply by July 31st by something called an owl. He did not have an owl. He did not, on any sensible interpretation of his life, know what to do with an owl if one was provided. The school, presumably, had a system for the case of children who did not have owls, otherwise the school would be much smaller than its letterhead implied. There would be, at some point, a person. Harry thought, I will wait for the person. He ate the rest of his toast. He took the dishes to the sink. He washed up at the speed of a slightly slow boy. He went out into the back garden to weed the begonias as Petunia had instructed him, and he weeded the begonias at the speed of begonias, and inside the slow garden he opened the letter in his head, line by line, and reread it, and felt, behind the rereading, the warm patient presence of the woman with the yellow blouse, watching him, the way a mother watches a child who is reading a letter that might change his life. Bear, said the second voice, very softly. Don't show. I won't, Harry thought back. I never do. The letters, after that first one, came in numbers. Harry, who had been going to wait for the person, watched the numbers escalate with the appreciative interest of a man watching an avalanche. On Wednesday there were 3. On Thursday there were 12. On Friday there were 24, and Vernon, by Friday, had developed a tick in his left eyelid and was opening the post in the back garden with a pair of barbecue tongs. By Saturday Vernon had nailed the letter slot shut. The letters came down the chimney. By Sunday the letters were arriving in eggs. Harry, with a forensic interest he could not suppress, examined one and concluded that the egg had been sealed around the letter at the point of laying, which suggested either a very obliging chicken or a very capable wizard, and Harry, on balance, suspected the second. By Monday Vernon had declared, with the bright, airless mania of a man whose interior reasoning had been replaced by his blood pressure, that the family was going on holiday. The family went on holiday in the Ford Anglia. The holiday took them west. The holiday took them north. The holiday took them, by Monday night, to a hut on a rock in the middle of the sea, where Vernon lit a fire of damp driftwood and announced, with the satisfaction of a man who has personally outwitted the Royal Mail, that no letter would find them now. Harry, in the corner of the hut, on a sofa the color of old tea, with Dudley's sock in his face and Vernon's shotgun on the table, watched the rain on the window and thought, this is wonderful. It was wonderful in several ways. It was wonderful in that Vernon, in trying to outrun the letters, had outrun his own house, his own neighbors, and his own routines, all of which were mechanisms by which Vernon controlled Harry. It was wonderful in that Petunia, in the absence of her routines, was visibly losing the will to police him. It was wonderful in that Dudley, faced with no television and no cake, had been reduced to a sort of slumped silence that Harry, in his small stiff sofa seat, found beautiful. But it was wonderful most of all because the storm, outside, was approaching, and the storm, Harry was beginning to suspect, was not a storm. The rain was coming down at a uniform and unchanging angle. The wind was, when one paid attention to it, not gusting, it was holding. The noise of the surf was, slightly but unmistakably, in time with itself. There was a rhythm to the bad weather that Harry, who had spent a decade noticing rhythms, recognized with the quiet pleasure of recognition. Someone was coming. Harry checked his watch, Dudley's old watch, with the strap held together by tape, at 11:59. He did this carefully and obviously, as though he were a normal boy who simply wanted to know the time. The watch, in the slow space, ticked through 11:59 to midnight at a stately pace, like a small mechanical horse approaching the finish line. His birthday would be in a moment. He had not, in all his life, been told happy birthday by another human being. The Dursleys did not acknowledge his birthday, on the grounds that to acknowledge a thing was to legitimize it, and Harry's birth was a thing they had decided not to legitimize. Harry had, on his 6th birthday, eaten half a hot cross bun from the bin, alone, in the cupboard, by way of celebration. Tonight there were no buns. There was a cold sausage Dudley had not finished and a glass of brackish water Petunia had drawn from the rain barrel without comment. There was the storm, which was not a storm. There was Vernon's snoring. There was Dudley's whistling sleep breath. There was the quiet, tender presence of the woman with the yellow blouse, which had become, over the past week, a near constant companion at the back of Harry's mind, like the warmth of a hand on the shoulder. "Bear," said the woman, "happy birthday." Harry, in the corner, in the dark, with the watch ticking past midnight, allowed his mouth to do the small thing that was not quite a smile, and said, in the privacy of his head, "Thank you." There was a knock at the door. It was not a knock in any reasonable sense. It was the door negotiating the unilateral question of whether to remain a door. The door, on the second negotiation, decided not to. It came inward, off its hinges, and landed flat on the tea-colored rug with a noise like the end of an argument. In the doorway stood a man. The man was, Harry estimated, somewhere between 8 and 9 feet tall, 8 at the shoulders and 9 where his hat finished. The man had a beard that began at the eyes and ended at the belt buckle. The man had a coat that was, Harry noticed with the same quick forensic eye, populated. There were small movements visible in several of the pockets. "Sorry 'bout that," said the man, who had a voice like a very large wet dog discovering that it could talk. Vernon was standing now. Vernon had the shotgun. Vernon's face was the color of underdone meat. Petunia was crouched behind Vernon with both hands over her mouth, as though afraid that, if she did not physically restrain it, her mouth would say something it had been keeping back for 10 years. Dudley, who had woken up, was looking from the man in the doorway to his mother and back with the expression of a child who has been promised the zoo and given the abattoir. The man closed the door behind him by picking it up and replacing it in the doorway. He was, Harry observed, gentle with the door, which was a kind of manners not many people had. "Right then," he said. He looked around the hut. His eyes, small black eyes like beetles, landed on Harry, and the great bearded face, in a way that Harry would not have been able to predict, opened into a look of such uncomplicated tenderness that Harry, who had been raised on the precise calibration of how much affection a face could stand, did not, for a moment, know what to do with his own. "Last time I saw you," the man said, "you was a baby. Ya got your mum's eyes." Harry did not know what to do with that. He said, instead, the thing he had been preparing in his head for a week, which was the thing he had calculated would yield the most information for the least cost, "I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name." "Rubeus Hagrid," the man said. "Keeper o' keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Harry filed, "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds, 8 foot something, gentle with doors, populated coat." Said immediately. No hesitation. Not concealing identity. He said, "Hello, Mr. Hagrid." "Just Hagrid'll do." "Hagrid, then. I think you have a letter for me." Vernon, behind Hagrid, made a noise like a bath draining. "Now see here," Vernon began. Hagrid turned. Vernon stopped. "You," said Hagrid, in a voice Harry would later understand was the voice Hagrid used when he was very disappointed in a creature he had personally raised, "have got some explainin' ter do." "Ya never told him." "Told him what?" Vernon said. "What he is. Who his parents was." "We told him," Petunia said, behind Vernon, in a voice that was not Petunia's voice, the way the leaf had not, in the back garden, been a leaf, that they died in a car crash. "A car crash," said Hagrid. He looked, briefly, like a man who has been told that the Mona Lisa was painted in finger paint. "A car crash. Killed Lily and James Potter." "Don't say their names in this house," Vernon said. He was getting his courage back. The shotgun was up. Hagrid looked at the shotgun. He reached out with one finger only, and bent the barrel, in a single calm motion, into a loose curl, like a question mark. Vernon did not let go of the gun. Vernon, Harry noticed, had stopped breathing. "I'd like ter know," Hagrid said, very slowly, to Harry, "exactly what they've been tellin' ya." Harry looked at Hagrid. He looked at Vernon. He looked at Petunia, whose hands were still over her mouth, and whose eyes, above the hands, were wet. He looked at his own hands, which were, as ever, small and pale and cold. He said, "They told me my parents died in a car crash. They told me my father was a drunk and my mother was they used a word. They told me I'd been a burden to them since the day I arrived. They told me I should be grateful for the cupboard. They told me I shouldn't ask questions, because asking questions was what had got my parents killed. That's most of it. There were other things. But that's the structure." The hut was very quiet. Hagrid said, eventually, in a voice that had gone soft in a way Harry did not know voices could go soft, "Harry. Yes. You're a wizard." Harry sat with this, for a moment, in the slow space he could open inside himself. He turned the sentence over. He examined it from several angles. He thought about the teacup, and the leaf, and the punch that had not landed, and the arithmetic, and the books, and the voice, and the long warm presence of the woman at the back of his head. He thought about the whole of his life as a single sentence and rewrote it. Then he said, in his ordinary voice, the voice that had survived 10 years of Privet Drive, "Yes. I rather thought I might be." Hagrid blinked. "Yeah, what?" "I rather thought I might be," Harry said again, calmly, because he had, on reflection, said it correctly the first time. "I've been doing things I oughtn't, since I was 4. I've been catching teacups out of the air. I've been moving faster than people can see. I've been hearing voices, a particular voice, that doesn't belong to anyone in this room. I've been reading my way through Vernon's old encyclopedia, which I am not supposed to know how to read. I have been waiting, since the letter arrived, for someone who could explain what I am." "Run, Harry, run," said the voice in his head, which was, perhaps, finally going to get its chance. "I'm glad it's you," Harry said to Hagrid. "I think I'd like to be a wizard, please. When do we start?" Hagrid sat down. The chair he sat down on did not survive. He sat instead on the floor, where the chair had broken under him, and looked up at the small thin boy in the cracked glasses who had just rearranged his own life in less time than it took a normal boy to get angry. "Blimey," said Hagrid, to nobody in particular. "Blimey, Lily. Yeah, weren't kiddin', Dot." Petunia made a noise behind her hands. Vernon, very carefully, set the curled shotgun down on the table. Harry, from the corner of the sofa, in the dark, in the night storm, on his 11th birthday, sat very still and did not show anything at all on his face, because he had been raised not to, and because, inside, the woman with the yellow blouse was saying, over and over, in a warm dry American cadence, "That's my boy. Run, bear. Run." Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Diagon Ledger. The boat from the rock was not a boat in any sense that Harry, who had read 3 books about boats, recognized. It was a boat in the sense that it floated, and it had the rough geometry of an aft and a prow, and Hagrid was sitting in the middle of it. It was not a boat in that no one was rowing. Hagrid had said a small word over the gunwale. The word had not been English. The boat had nodded, in the way that a horse nods at the end of a long day, and had set off across the choppy black water in the direction of the mainland at a speed Harry estimated, by the angle of the bowsprit and the rate at which the rock receded, to be approximately 14 knots. Harry sat in the prow with his coat collar up. He did not, on principle, ask why the boat was moving by itself. He was already accumulating a list of questions, and he had decided, as a matter of policy, to spend his questions sparingly. Magic, like money, would go further if he didn't blow it on the obvious things. "Very quiet," said Hagrid. "I'm thinking." "What about?" "Several things." Hagrid smiled. The beard rearranged itself around the smile in the way a hedge rearranges itself around a bird. "Your ma was like the..." Asked 4 questions and looked at yeah like she'd already worked out the answers. Harry turned this over. He had asked, in the hut, 12 questions, and had been informed of, 1. The existence of a wizarding world, 2. Voldemort, who had killed his parents, 3. The lightning scar, which was the residue of an unrepelled killing curse, 4. The bare outline of his own infamy among people he had never met. He had been informed, less directly, of, 5. The fact that Hagrid was not entirely sure how much he was allowed to tell, 6. The fact that someone called Dumbledore was, at the level of policy, the actual decision-maker about Harry's life, and 7. The fact that the Dursleys had, with full knowledge of who and what Harry was, kept him in a cupboard for the purpose of suppressing him. Item 7 was, Harry noted, the item Hagrid had been least careful about, which was useful information about Hagrid. Hagrid. How much of what you're going to tell me did Dumbledore tell you to tell me? Hagrid blinked. The boat hit a small wave. The boat rebalanced itself with the unfussy competence of a thing that had been doing this since before Harry's grandfather was born. What kind of question is the ... A useful one. Hagrid looked at him for a long second. The black beetle eyes did the thing they had done in the hut, opened, briefly, into an expression of unguarded affection that Harry, who was not equipped for it, had to look away from. You're 11. I am. 11-year-olds don't usually ask questions like that. I'm aware. Hagrid scratched at his beard. The scratching produced, after a moment, a small black beetle, which Hagrid examined, decided was not the one he had been expecting, and put back into the beard. Harry filed, beard contains beetles, plural, Hagrid familiar with beard fauna by individual, Hagrid does not consider this notable. Dumbledore said, Hagrid said slowly, tell ye what ye need to know. He didn't say what ye needed to know. Said I'd know. He looked at Harry. Ye want me to not tell ye something? I want, Harry said, to know which of the things you tell me are policy and which are friendship. That's all. I'd like to know the difference, going forward. Hagrid sat with this. Hagrid, Harry was beginning to understand, was a man who sat with things slowly because he was a man who, when he moved very fast and broke things, and he had built, around the bigness of himself, a deliberate slowness in everything else. This fair, Hagrid said, eventually. This fair, Harry. Thank you. The boat hit another wave. The rock behind them was now a smudge against a smudge. The mainland ahead of them was still a rumor. Harry watched the water for a while and let the slow space inside himself open, and inside the slow space he sat with the woman in the yellow blouse, who was not saying anything tonight, only watching the water with him, and he thought, very quietly, Iris. I'm in a boat. I think I might be a wizard. The woman did not answer. She did not need to. Harry, who had spent 10 years inhabiting the silences of people who didn't love him, recognized the silence of a person who did, and let it be enough. The train from the small Cornish station, which Hagrid had paid for with a handful of cinnamon-scented bronze coins and a smile, was the first train Harry had ever been on. He had expected, on the basis of 3 children's books and a vague rumor from Dudley, that trains would be exciting. The train was, in the event, mostly old upholstery and a man eating an egg sandwich. Harry sat across from Hagrid with the equipment list spread on his knees. There's a bit confusin', said Hagrid, looking over Harry's shoulder. I can explain. I'd like that. But first. Harry put a finger on the list, at the top. How much will all of this cost? Hagrid puffed his cheeks. Couple 100 galleons, give or take. In pounds. Couple 1,000. Harry filed this. And I have money. Your parents didn't leave ye nothin', Harry. I'd like to know how much. We're going there first, said Hagrid. Gringotts. You'll see. Harry nodded. He did not push. He looked, instead, at the man across the carriage with the egg sandwich, and made a small, automatic catalogue of him, the way Barry, and it was Barry, increasingly, when his mind did this, would have catalogued a witness in an interview room. The sandwich man was right-handed, the way the sandwich was held. He had cut himself shaving on Wednesday, the small, healing nick under the jaw was 3 to 4 days old. He worked with his hands but not in heavy industry, the calluses were on the pads of the fingers, not the palms, guitar, possibly, or carpentry of a finer sort. He was wearing his wedding ring on the wrong hand for England, which suggested either a foreign origin or, and this was the more interesting hypothesis, a recent loss that he had refused to surrender. Probably a widower. Probably under 50. Probably on his way back from a funeral, since the suit was a black he did not normally wear, the cuffs were stiff with new starch and the trouser crease was sharp at the wrong angle for an everyday suit. "Run, Bear," said the woman, gently, because the cataloguing was the thing about Barry she had loved most and the thing she had teased him about most, and it was a way of saying, "I see you doing it." Harry's mouth did the small not-smile thing again, and he looked away from the sandwich man before the sandwich man could feel watched. "Hagrid," he said. Tell me about Voldemort." Hagrid jumped. The carriage rattled. The sandwich man looked up, frowned, and went back to his sandwich. "Don't say his name," Hagrid hissed. "Why?" "Because, Harry, ya can, just, people don't say his name." "Why?" Hagrid looked at him helplessly. "Fear." "Of what?" "He's dead." "Most folks aren't sure he's dead." "Are you?" "No. Not really." "Then we should talk about him." Hagrid leaned forward. The carriage creaked under the redistribution of mass. "Yerry a strange kid, Harry. I've been told." Hagrid sighed. He scratched at the beard again. He produced no beetle this time. He told Harry, in the quiet, hesitant cadence of a man who had not had to put any of this into adult sentences for a very long time, the broad shape of the thing, the dark wizard who had, in the years before Harry was born, done what dark wizards do, but on a scale that had no precedent, the resistance, scattered and dwindling, James and Lily Potter, who had been brave and clever and young and had stood and had died, the killing curse, which killed everyone, and which had not killed Harry, on a night in a house in Godric's Hollow on the 31st of October, 10 years ago. The curse had instead turned and consumed the caster, leaving Voldemort, Hagrid said, in a voice that did not suggest belief in his own theology, as something that was no longer alive but was not, in the proper sense, dead. Harry listened, in the slow space, in the quick. He thought, an unterminated waveform. He did not know where the words had come from. They were not his words. They were Barry's words. Barry had, somewhere in the part of Barry that had survived to become Harry, encountered a phenomenon that had been described as an unterminated waveform, a thing with the structure of life but without the closing parenthesis, and Barry had, at the time, found a way to terminate it. Harry, 11, on a train in Cornwall, with a man who knew about beetles and was afraid of a name, sat with this and decided, calmly, with the small clean satisfaction of a hypothesis acquiring its first bracket, I will, at some point, be the closing parenthesis on Voldemort. This is, on examination, what I am for. Harry, said Hagrid. Yes. Ye've gone all quiet. I'm thinking. Hagrid did not push. Harry, in his prepared list of things he liked about Hagrid, added, does not push. The train clattered on toward London. The Leaky Cauldron was a building Harry had walked past at least 4 times in his life without seeing. He was certain of this. He had been to London on 3 occasions with the Dursleys, once for Vernon's drill convention and twice for Petunia's sister-in-law's funerals, and on every occasion Vernon's route from Paddington to wherever they were going had taken them past a small, dark gap on the Charing Cross road that sat between a record shop and a bookshop and that had been, on every previous walk, simply a gap. Today, with Hagrid beside him, the gap was a doorway. Harry stopped on the pavement and looked at it. He looked away. He looked back. The doorway stayed a doorway. The ordinary people on the pavement were walking past it without seeing it. A woman with a pram stepped around the doorway as though it were a puddle she did not want her shoes in, and her eyes did not, even for an instant, focus on the door. Harry slowed himself down. In the slow space, The woman with the pram lifted her left foot in the slow majesty of a person walking past something she could not look at because she could not, at any level she would admit, perceive it. There was, around the door, a distortion. Harry did not have the vocabulary for it, but it was a kind of textural blur, like the rising air over a hot road, except that the blur was not in the air. The blur was in the perception of the people walking past. A spell, then. On the door. Something that made the door not be a door for anyone who didn't already know it was a door. Harry filed this and let the world resume. "In ye go," said Hagrid. Harry went in. The leaky cauldron, on the inside, was dim and low-beamed and smelled of pipe smoke and brown bread. There were perhaps a dozen people in it, of whom every single one, as Hagrid stepped through the door, looked up, and as Harry stepped through the door behind him, looked up further. There was a small sound. It was the sound of, simultaneously, a dozen people noticing the same thing. "Bless my soul," said the bartender, an old toothless man who had been polishing a glass and who had, on seeing Harry, dropped the glass into the sink without noticing. "It's Harry Potter." The room did the thing rooms do. Stools scraped back. A woman who had been knitting put down the knitting and stood. A man near the fire crossed himself, which was, Harry thought, a curious gesture in a place where the people called themselves witches. Harry did the slow thing. In the slow thing, he had time to catalogue the room the way Barry would have catalogued a witness pool. Bartender, Tom, from a hand-painted sign above the bar, 80 if a day, bow legs from a youth on horseback or with horses, 3 fingers missing on the left hand from something Harry had no model for, knitting woman, 60s, kindly, wedding ring worn bright by years of not being taken off, 3 hairs of an animal that was not a house cat on the shawl, possibly a Kneazle, if Kneazles existed, which Harry had not yet ruled out, fire-crossing man, 40, nervous, soldier's haircut growing out, a small badge on the collar that Harry could not read but which had the shape of an institutional emblem, possibly a job in the wizarding equivalent of the civil service, and so on, around the room. 11 people. All of them looking at him as though he had walked, in their personal mythology, out of a stained-glass window. "Run, Bear," said the woman in his head, dryly. "You're famous." Harry did not change his face. He had spent 10 years not changing his face for the Dursleys, who had wanted him not to exist, and he found, on examination, that the protocol was the same when the people in the room wanted him to exist very much, don't show. He let the world resume. The knitting woman reached him first. "Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter, can't believe I'm meeting you at last." "Hello, Mrs. Crockford. Such an honor." "That's kind of you." Doris Crockford shook his hand. Doris Crockford, Harry noticed, was crying. Her tears fell onto the back of his hand, and Harry, who had not been touched by an adult in tenderness in a decade, did not, on the outside, do anything, because Doris Crockford did not need him to do anything. Doris Crockford needed the moment to be hers. Harry let her have the moment. Inside himself he stood with the woman in the yellow blouse and he said, without sound, "What is happening?" and the woman said, gently, "They remember. They remember someone who isn't you yet. Be kind." Harry was kind. Harry was kind to Doris Crockford and to the man behind her, who was a Mr. Diggle and who was wearing a top hat, and to the man behind him, and to a stuttering pale young man in a purple turban whose name was Quirrell. He shook Quirrell's hand and the slow space, on its own, opened. It opened without his asking it to. It had not done that before. In the slow space, with Quirrell's hand in his, Harry felt, not in the cliché sense, but in the practical sense, in the sense of having a censor he had not known was a censor, a small, cold, wrong thing, low down in the back of Quirrell's skull. The thing was not Quirrell. The thing was attached to Quirrell, like a leech is attached to a man's calf. Quirrell, in the slow space, was sweating. Quirrell's pupils were dilated in the wrong direction. Quirrell's mouth, which on the outside was producing a stuttering pleasantry about Harry's fame, was, on the inside, set in a small rigid line of disciplined fear. Harry let go of Quirrell's hand. The slow space closed. The world resumed at its normal speed. Harry, on the outside, smiled the small smile he had been practicing for Doris Crockford and said, "It's nice to meet you, Professor." Quirrell stuttered something. Quirrell moved on. Harry watched him go. Harry filed, "There is a parasitic something living in the back of Quirinus Quirrell's skull." He did not, at this point, have a category for what it was. He filed it under speculation, and beneath that, under suspicion, and beneath that, in much smaller letters, under, closing parenthesis. Hagrid laid a great hand on his shoulder. "Come on, Harry. We got a lot to do." Diagon Alley, when the brick wall behind the leaky cauldron rearranged itself into a thoroughfare, did to Harry what Hagrid had clearly expected the wand or the broomstick or the magical bank to do, it stopped him. It did not stop him because of the magic. He had expected magic. The magic was a hypothesis he had been testing for 10 years, and the hypothesis was now confirmed, and he was, if anything, slightly bored by being right. It stopped him because of the color. Privet Drive was beige. Privet Drive was the precise beige of a country that had, after the war, decided to repaint itself in a single shade in order not to give offense. Privet Drive had a row of identical houses with identical lawns and identical hedges and identical net curtains, and Harry, who had grown up in a cupboard inside one of those houses, had, in his first 11 years, seen perhaps 4 colors in the wild that were not beige. Diagon Alley had everything. It had a shop with a window full of cauldrons in copper and brass and pewter and silver, all of them stacked at angles that would not, in any reasonable physics, have been stable. It had a shop with a window full of robes in indigo and emerald and a peacock blue Harry did not have a name for. It had an apothecary with jars of green eyeballs and red root and purple powder and a great brass dish of something black that was, very slowly, breathing. It had an ice cream shop in 8 colors, 2 of which were not on any spectrum Harry recognized. It had an owl emporium with owls in every plumage and one, on a high perch, the color of a fresh fall of snow. Harry stood in the alley and let himself, for the first time he could remember, look at color for the sake of color. He did not, on the outside, change his face. Inside, he was a small boy in a bright street, and the small boy, who had been kept in a beige room for 11 years, sat down on the floor of his own mind and stared. "Bear," said the woman, gently. "Breathe." Harry, who had been holding his breath, breathed. "All right," said Hagrid. "Yes," said Harry. "I'm all right." Gringotts first. Lead on. Gringotts was a building that did not pretend to be friendly. Marble. Bronze doors. A small inscription warning thieves of consequences. Harry, who skim-read it as he passed, considered an admirable economy of menace. Inside the marble hall, behind long counters, sat the goblins. The goblins were not, Harry noted, what Hagrid had implied. Hagrid had said goblins on the train in the offhand way one says cashiers, and Harry, being 11, had imagined small green men of vaguely comic proportions. The goblins were instead a species in their own right, with long thin clever fingers and faces composed of intelligence and patience and the lightly ironic awareness of having outlived several human empires. They wore well-cut suits. They had ink stains on their cuffs only on the left hand, which was, Harry observed, the ambidextrous trained to be right-handed convention of an old accountancy tradition. He filed this. He was beginning to like the goblins already. Hagrid presented Harry's key, a small, brass, ornate thing he had produced from a pocket of the populated coat, and a letter from Dumbledore, a wax-sealed envelope that Hagrid handled with the careful reverence of a man who knew that the letter was not, strictly speaking, his, and the goblin at the desk, whose name-plate said Griphook, took the key in 2 long fingers and the letter in 2 more long fingers and looked, for a long second, at Harry. Harry looked back. Harry did not, on the outside, smile. He inclined his head 1 degree, the way one inclines one's head to a magistrate. Griphook inclined his head 1 degree back. "Mr. Potter." Mr. Griphook. You will accompany me. Yes. The Vault 687, Harry made a note of the number, was at the bottom of a cart ride down a track of which no two consecutive segments lay in the same plane. Hagrid, in the cart, went green. Harry, in the cart, did not. The cart's velocity, Harry estimated by the wind on his face and the rate of bend, peaked at perhaps 80 miles an hour, which was, for a child who had taught himself to step sideways out of Dudley's punches, the velocity of a brisk walk. In the vault, when Griphook opened the door, there was money. There was, Harry slowed himself down and counted, by columns, by stacks, by the small difference in the angle of the topmost coins, approximately 4,700 galleons of gold, 11,000 and something of the silver sickles, an unknown quantity of bronze nuts in a great wooden box that he did not bother to count, on the basis that nuts were change. A small, lacquered chest at the back contained, he estimated by weight when he tested it with one hand, perhaps another 2,000 galleons in pre-counted bags. There were, in addition, 2 thin folders on a small shelf, which appeared from their bindings to be financial documents. There was a ring on a velvet cushion. There was a portrait, face to the wall. Harry did not, in the moment, ask about the folders, the ring, or the portrait. He did the thing Barry had been good at, which was, in an unfamiliar room with limited time, take in everything, ask about nothing. There would be other visits. He took, instead, what he calculated he would need, 200 galleons in a small leather pouch Griphook had wordlessly produced, 100 sickles for change, a fistful of nuts. He paused, considered, took 50 more galleons. He did not know yet what extra books cost. He had budgeted, in his head, for perhaps half the equipment list to require unscheduled purchases. "This is mine," Harry said, to no one in particular. He said it because he wanted to hear the sentence aloud once before he left the vault. The sentence, in his ears, sounded very strange. He had not owned anything in his life that Vernon could not, with a single sentence, claim was Vernon's. "It is yours, Mr. Potter," said Griphook, dryly. "Thank you. Save your gratitude for someone who needs it." Harry liked Griphook. Harry filed this also. The second vault, 713, Harry made a note of this number too, had no number on the door. It also had no key. Griphook stroked the door with one long fingertip, and the door, after a moment of consideration, decided to be a different kind of door, and opened. Inside, on a plinth, sat a small, grubby paper package about the size of a Sunday roast. Hagrid took the package. Hagrid put the package inside the populated coat. Hagrid said, "Best not to mention this to anyone, Harry," which was Hagrid's first sentence of the day, to assume that Harry was the kind of child who would mention things, and Harry, who was not, said, "All right, Hagrid," and noted, in the slow space behind his face, the precise way Hagrid's hand had cupped the package, which was the way a man cups a thing he understands to be both small and very, very dangerous. Vault 713. Hogwarts business. Hagrid uneasy. Harry was developing a separate ledger inside his own head, and the ledger, today, was acquiring entries. In the cart on the way back, while Hagrid was being preemptively sick into the side of a tunnel, Harry, in the slow space, opened the ledger and wrote, neatly, 1, Quirrel, parasite at base of skull, identity unknown, possibly Voldemort. 2, Vault 713, small grubby package, Hogwarts business, dangerous. 3, the Dursleys knew exactly what they were suppressing. 4 later. 4, Iris is real. Iris has a name. Iris uses the name, Bear, for me. For all time. He closed the ledger. He patted Hagrid's shoulder, because Hagrid was a friend, and friends touched each other on the shoulder, and Harry was practicing. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had, on the small raised platform at the back, a boy. The boy was, Harry estimated, his own age, possibly a little older. The boy was pale with a pointed face and pale blonde hair brushed back and held in a precise widow's peak that was either natural or had been arranged with a small and patient comb. The boy was wearing the half-pinned beginnings of school robes. The boy was also, from the angle of his chin and the set of his shoulders, the kind of boy who had been assured all his life that he was important, and who had taken the assurance to heart. "Hello," said the boy. "Hogwarts too?" "Yes," said Harry, climbing up on the second platform. "My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands," said the boy. He had the kind of drawl Harry had only heard in two contexts: one, the news, when an MP was saying something he didn't believe, and two, the BBC adaptation of an Austen novel that Petunia had once watched with her mouth in a small approving line. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry processed this. He had a moment, in the slow space, to make a decision. The decision was, who do I want to be in this conversation? There were several Harrys available. There was Harry the poor relation, which was the boy the Dursleys had built. There was Harry the wizard, which was the boy he had been today. There was Harry the celebrity, who had been pawed at by Doris Crockford. There was, also, Harry the berry, who had stood in interview rooms across from worse boys than this and had got what he wanted out of them with a smile. He picked a Harry. He picked a quiet Harry, which was the safest Harry, and let the boy talk. "Have you got your own broom?" the boy asked. "No." "Play Quidditch at all?" "No." "I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree." The boy's eyes flickered, in a small calibrated motion, to Harry's clothes. The clothes were Dudley's. The clothes had been designed for a boy 4 times Harry's body weight and were, on Harry, worn with the structural integrity of a flag in low wind. "Know what house you'll be in yet?" "No." "Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" "I haven't decided." "You haven't decided," the boy repeated, as though Harry had said something faintly extraordinary. "I haven't decided what I think of Hufflepuff yet. I haven't met one. I don't make decisions about people I haven't met." The boy stared at him. The boy, Harry calculated, had not been told no by another child in the recent past. The boy's eyes did a small recalibration. "What's your name?" the boy said. There was a new note in his voice, a quieter one, the one his father had presumably used when he had finally decided that a particular dinner guest was actually worth his time. "Harry." "Harry what?" Harry said again, mildly, "is enough to be going on with." The boy looked at him for a long second. The boy's mouth did a small thing that was not quite a smile and was not quite a frown. The boy said, "Draco Malfoy." "How do you do, Draco Malfoy?" Madame Malkin, around Harry's ankles, said cheerfully, "That's you done, dear," and Harry stepped down from the platform, paid for the robes with galleons that Hagrid had taught him to count by weight, and walked out of the shop with Draco's eyes still on the back of his neck. He did not look back. He did not need to. He had filed Draco Malfoy under, "Child, dangerous in 5 years, possibly redeemable, do not give him my full name yet." The slow space inside him was, by this point in the day, doing something new. It had, somewhere around the goblins, begun to stay slightly open all the time. He was running, all the time, at a small constant fraction below the ordinary speed of the world. The world, today, was full of new things, and Harry, who had spent a decade with very few new things, was filing each one as it came, and the filing was cheap when he had a little extra time to do it in. He found, on examination, that he liked it. Flourish and Blots had books. Harry, in Flourish and Blots, had to slow down, briefly, in a different way from the slow space, because of the volume of his own want. He had owned 3 books in his life, all of them rescued from the bin: a Reader's Digest condensed novel about a man who built a boat in his garden, an arithmetic textbook from 1962 with the cover gone, and a Bible. He had read each of them perhaps 200 times. He had, since age 4, been reading every printed surface he could find, which had included cereal boxes, Vernon's racing results, and a long pamphlet on the dangers of asbestos that had been pushed through the door by the council in 1989. In flourish and blots, there were books on a wall 4 stories high. Hagrid had a list. Hagrid was looking for the books on the list. Harry, with his list in hand, went to the standard textbooks first, as a matter of discipline, and gathered them: A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, and so on. He stacked them on the counter. He paid for them. Then he turned, with the deliberate calm of a man who has done his duty and may now go shopping, and walked, slow space half open, into the shelves. He bought an intermediate Transfiguration textbook, Hogwarts Year 3, the label said, because he wanted to know what the field looked like beyond the first year. An advanced potion-making textbook. A book on magical theory called Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, because Harry had, in his life, found that the people who wrote books with the word theory in the title were either very bad or very good, and either way you learned something. A book on defensive magical theory, which was on the 3rd-year list. A book called Modern Magical History, which contained, he hoped, more recent information than Bathilda Bagshot's, which appeared to have last been updated in 1947. A book called Hogwarts, a history, because he was about to live in Hogwarts and would, on principle, prefer to know which of its corridors would try to kill him. A book of dueling regulations. A book of common counter curses. A book on the magical theory of time. He spent, on extras, almost 40 galleons. He budgeted. Hagrid, watching him stack books, said, "Yeri like your mum." "Thank you, Hagrid. She used her by 3 times wha she needed and read all of it twice." "That sounds correct." Hagrid laughed. Hagrid laughed in a way that made the books on the lower shelves rearrange themselves slightly. Harry, who had paid for the books, paid the small extra fee for delivery to King's Cross on the morning of September 1st, on the grounds that he was not going to drag 40 pounds of textbook through the Dursleys' house and survive the result. Ollivander's was at the end of the alley, in a shop that did not have a window so much as it had a frame for a single pillow on which sat a single wand. Inside, the shop was thin and tall and smelled of varnish and old straw and, very faintly, of lightning. The shelves rose into shadow. The boxes, narrow, dark, slightly different from one another in ways Harry could not immediately name, rose up the shelves in stacks that were not, on inspection, organized by any system Harry's eye could parse. He gave up trying to read the system. He let his eyes go soft and let the slow space do what it had begun doing in the leaky cauldron, which was to open without his asking it. In the slow space, the wand shop was loud. The wands hummed. They did not hum in unison. They hummed at separate pitches, in separate keys, like a hall full of musicians tuning before a concert. He could not, with his ear, identify the pitches. With whatever sense the slow space had given him, he could feel them the way a swimmer feels the temperature gradients in a river. There was a particular wand, halfway up the 3rd stack to the left, that was humming louder than the others. He marked the position. He did not move toward it. He waited. A small dry voice said, "Mr. Potter." Ollivander had appeared without footfalls. Ollivander was a small old man with great pale moonish eyes and a face composed entirely of curiosity. Ollivander walked around Harry, slowly, considering him from several angles, the way a tailor considers a customer. "I wondered when I would be seeing you. You have your mother's eyes. So I'm told. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, willow. Nice wand for charms work." Harry filed, "Willow, 10¼ swishy, charms." Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Harry filed, "Mahogany, 11, pliable, transfiguration. Of course, it is really the wand that chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I would expect so. Ollivander stopped walking around him. Ollivander tilted his head 1 degree. The great moonish eyes narrowed by a millimeter. You would expect so, Ollivander repeated, mildly. Magic, in my experience, Harry said, is a thing that happens to me, not a thing I happen to. I would expect a wand to be the same. Ollivander stared at him. Then Ollivander did a small thing with his mouth that was not quite a smile and was not quite a frown, and turned, and walked into the stacks, and began handing Harry wands. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible. Try it. Harry took the wand. He gave it a small flick. The wand, in his hand, did not hum. The wand, in his hand, was a stick. He handed it back. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try. Stick. Ebony and unicorn hair. 8.5 inches. Springy. Stick. The pile of tried wands grew. Ollivander grew, visibly, more interested. Ollivander muttered to himself. Ollivander rummaged. Ollivander brought down narrower and narrower boxes. After perhaps the 11th wand, in the slow space inside Harry's head, the wand on the 3rd stack to the left was now humming in a single high clear note, like a wineglass struck with a spoon. Harry, calmly, said, "May I try the wand on the 3rd shelf to the left, behind the box with the blue ribbon?" Ollivander stopped. The pale moonish eyes turned, slowly, to Harry. Why? It's louder than the others. There was, for a moment, no sound in the shop except the humming of the wands, which Harry could now hear with his ears as well as with his slow space sense, although he was reasonably sure it was inaudible to Ollivander. Ollivander said, very slowly, "Mr. Potter. Most of my customers wait to be told." "I'm sorry. Should I wait?" "No," said Ollivander, after a moment. "No, I don't believe you should." Ollivander climbed a small ladder. Ollivander took down a long, narrow, slightly dusty box. Ollivander brought it down. He opened the box on the counter. Inside was a wand of pale, almost white wood, 11 inches, with a grain that ran straight as a poured candle. "Holly," Ollivander said. "And phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Try it." Harry picked up the wand. The slow space went away. This was new. The slow space had been there, in some open or half-open state, for most of the day. The wand, in his hand, did not break the slow space, it absorbed it, quietly, with the air of a thing that had been waiting for a particular customer for a particular reason and had decided to make no fuss about the reunion. In the wand's own pulse, which Harry could feel through the holly under his thumb, there was a second pulse, smaller and faster, which he recognized after a moment was his own pulse, and a third pulse, smaller still, which he did not recognize at first. The third pulse was a faint warm flicker, the color of a candle through cupped hands. It was the pulse of the woman in his head. Harry, in the wand shop, with the wand in his hand and the world at its proper speed, did the thing he had not allowed himself to do for 10 years, which was to feel, all at once, glad. The wand emitted a small jet of red and gold sparks, which struck the ceiling and fell as a small shower of harmless light onto the counter. Ollivander made a small noise that was not quite a sigh and not quite a sentence. "Curious," Ollivander said. "Curious, curious. What's curious?" "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry did not move. The slow space did not open. The slow space had been absorbed by the wand, which was, on consideration, an interesting feature of the wand. The wand, instead, shifted very slightly in his hand, the way a very well-trained dog shifts its weight to indicate that it has heard. Voldemort's wand, Harry said. Was the brother of mine? Yes, said Ollivander. The pale eyes, on him, were not quite unkind. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. We can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry put down 7 galleons on the counter. Harry put the wand into the box. Harry tied the box with the small black ribbon Ollivander provided. He said, mildly, I don't think great is the word I would have used. But thank you. He walked out of the shop. In the ice cream parlor at the corner of the alley, Hagrid bought him a sundae with chopped nuts on it and a flake on top, and Harry, who had eaten ice cream perhaps 3 times in his life and had never owned a sundae, sat on a small wrought iron chair on the pavement and ate it slowly with the small dignified seriousness of a child who had decided, on principle, to enjoy a thing for once. Hagrid was talking. Hagrid was telling him about Hogwarts, about the houses, about the Great Hall, about the lake, about the giant squid, about the headmaster Dumbledore who had a beard nearly as long as Hagrid's and who knew, Hagrid said, everything, or near enough. Harry listened with one ear. With the other ear, in the slow space, he listened for the woman. She came, after a while, the way a friend who had been waiting on the other side of a door comes through it when invited. He could hear her now without the world having to slow. He thought of this, briefly, as a small graduation. He no longer had to step out of time to talk to her. The wand, perhaps, had something to do with it. The day, perhaps, had something to do with it. Either way. Bear, she said. I'm here, he said back. I'm proud of you. He could not, at 11, on a wrought iron chair in a color-drunk alley with an enormous bearded friend 2 feet away from him and an ice cream sundae in his hand, allow his face to do anything. He held it still. Inside, in the slow space, in the warm flicker the wand had passed through him, he allowed himself, for 1/4 of a second, to lean against her, the way a small boy leans against his mother in a kitchen full of yellow sunlight, and then he straightened up. Tell me your name, he said. You said, Bear, that's mine. What's yours? You'll remember, she said. Soon. I want to remember now. Soon, Bear. Eat your ice cream. He ate his ice cream. Hagrid put him on the train at King's Cross at 6 in the evening with a cardboard ticket in his hand and an owl in a cage at his feet and a printed paper that said, Platform 9 3/4, and a small piece of advice, Don't worry, Harry, it'll be there when you need it, and then Hagrid was gone, in a cab, into the blur of the Friday evening rush. Harry sat in the carriage to Surrey with the owl on the seat beside him. The owl was a snowy female. Hagrid had bought her because she was beautiful, and Harry, who had come to the conclusion in the course of one afternoon that Hagrid's gift-giving was not principally about him and was principally about Hagrid wanting to give a gift, had not corrected him. The owl, in the cage, regarded Harry with an expression that was not quite friendly and not quite hostile. The owl, Harry filed, was older than her plumage suggested. The owl, Harry suspected, had picked Hagrid as much as Hagrid had picked her. He said, in the small voice he used for animals, hello. The owl looked at him. I think, Harry said, I'm going to call you Hedwig. The name had risen out of his Hogwarts, a history, where it had been the name of a witch in the 8th century. The name had a sound he liked. The owl considered the name, blinked once, and decided to accept it. Run, Bear, said Iris, in his head, as the train pulled out of Paddington and London began to drop behind them. You have a wand. You have a name. You have a school. I have a friend, Harry thought. I have a school. I have a wand. He closed his eyes. In his head, in the slow space, in the warm flicker, he opened the ledger he had begun in the cart at Gringotts, and beneath the 4 entries he had already made, he added a 5th, in neat small letters, 5, the wand has a brother. Both wands carry feathers from the same phoenix. Voldemort's and mine. Wand lore is not coincidence. There is a system. Find it. He closed the ledger. He held the wand against his chest, inside his jumper, where Petunia could not find it. He opened his eyes. He watched, through the train window, the small bright lights of London resolve themselves into the small darker lights of Surrey, and he ran, in his head, an inventory of the day. He had, a wand, a school, a vault, a name, an owl, a ledger, an address in himself for Iris, a profile of an enemy he had not yet met named Voldemort, a profile of a parasite bearer named Quirrel, a profile of a child of a dangerous father named Draco, a profile of a giant friend named Hagrid, a profile of an old wandmaker named Ollivander, and an awareness that the world he had been kept from for 10 years had not been kept from him by accident. He had work to do. The train rattled south. "There," said Iris, sleepy. "Sleep." Harry, with the wand against his chest and the owl breathing quietly beside him, slept. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Train and the Tower. On the morning of September 1st, Vernon Dursley refused to drive him. Harry, in the kitchen, with his trunk packed and Hedwig in her cage and the wand in its box inside the trunk and the train ticket in his pocket, considered Vernon's red face across the table and made a brief calculation. The calculation was, the distance from Privet Drive to King's Cross Station was approximately 45 miles. The train left at 11. It was, by the kitchen clock, 8:14 in the morning. He had 2 hours and 46 minutes. The Surrey commuter trains were unreliable on a Sunday, and the National Rail website, which Harry had memorized the previous night from the public library terminal, predicted engineering works at Wimbledon. The bus would take 3 hours. The simple solution was, on examination, to walk. He did not say that to Vernon. He did not have to. He stood up from the breakfast table and lifted his trunk, heavier than he should have been able to lift, but Vernon was not paying attention, and put the trunk on his shoulder, and tied Hedwig's cage to a strap with a clean bow, and said, mildly, "I'll see myself there, Uncle Vernon." "You'll see yourself nowhere, boy." But Harry was already at the door. He opened the door. He stepped through. He closed the door behind him with a small click that sounded, to him, in the slow space, like the closing of a chapter. He stood on Privet Drive at 8:15 in the morning. The pavement was slick from the night's rain. The air was cold. Mrs. Number 6 was in her front garden in pink hair rollers, putting out the milk bottles. A magpie was eyeing a bin lid 2 doors down. The world was the world. Harry walked, briskly, normally, until he was around the corner of Wisteria Walk and out of sight of any net-curtained window on Privet Drive. Then he stopped. Then he allowed the slow space to open. Then he allowed it, for the first time he had ever permitted, to open all the way. He did not have a word for what happened. The world did not slow. The world stopped. The magpie was a black and white statue against a sky that was not moving. A single drop of rain hung between 2 leaves of a hedge with the particular dignity of a thing that knew its place in a still life. A car at the end of the road was a sculpture of a car, 4-wheeled and silent. Harry adjusted the trunk on his shoulder. He thought, in the perfect quiet, run. He did not run, exactly. The verb ran was too small for what happened. He simply traveled, smoothly, through the still world, in the direction of London. He traveled at a speed he did not measure, because he did not need to measure it. He traveled at the speed at which the wind in his hair did not, at any point, become a problem. He traveled across Surrey at the speed of a continuous decision. He was aware, in passing, of a fox crossing a beer road in the act of looking left, a postman at his gate in the act of opening it, a cat on a wall in the act of yawning. He did not stop for any of them. He paused, briefly, at a junction in Sutton, to confirm by signposts that he was going the right way. He had memorized, the night before, a London street atlas at the library, and he was now navigating from a memory of that atlas in his head, which was perfectly precise. He stopped, in the alley behind a butcher's on Pentonville Road, 8 miles short of King's Cross, with the world still around him, and let the slow space close. The world resumed at its proper speed. Harry, in the alley, was breathing slightly hard. Not very. His thigh muscles were warm. His shirt was damp at the back of the neck, but only damp, not wet. The trunk was still on his shoulder. He had, in his first deliberate run, crossed 37 miles in something he estimated at 12 minutes of his own time, of which approximately 45 seconds had elapsed in the world. "Run, Bear," said Iris, in his head, with a particular note in her voice that Harry, as he became more familiar with her, was learning to read. Tonight, the note was, "I told you so." "You told me so," Harry agreed. He walked the last 8 miles like a normal boy, because a small thin boy in cracked glasses with a school trunk and an owl was, he had decided, a better thing to be at King's Cross than a small thin boy who had, by all witness, materialized on the platform. King's Cross at 10:30 on September 1st was a small operatic chaos of weekend travelers and station announcements and, on closer inspection, of children with trunks and animals. The children were not all in robes. Most of them were in jumpers and jeans, like Harry, except more expensive jumpers and more expensive jeans. They moved through the station with a particular muffled excitement. They were, Harry observed, not looking at their parents. They were looking at the columns and pillars and at the unmarked archways, in a particular searching way that suggested they were doing what Harry was doing, which was looking for an entrance. He found it by the simple expedient of finding a wizarding family. He found a wizarding family by the expedient of looking for a woman with red hair shouting about muggles. She was a stout woman with a kind round face and a basket on her arm, surrounded by 4 red-haired boys and a small red-haired girl, and she was saying, "Now, what's the platform number?" at a volume that was, in a public station full of muggles, indiscreet. Harry, with Hedwig on his trunk, parked his trunk near the family at a respectful distance and waited. The eldest red-haired boy, Percy, the woman said his name was, in the manner of a woman summoning a junior aide, stepped briskly between platforms 9 and 10, leaned against the brick wall between them, and disappeared. Just disappeared. The Muggle commuters streaming around them did not notice. The boy was there, and then he was not. Harry filed, solid stone column, perceived as solid by Muggles, perceived as a doorway by wizards. Same trick as the leaky cauldron, larger scale. "Excuse me," he said to the woman. "Hello, dear." The woman, on seeing him, did the thing the people in the leaky cauldron had done, which was that she looked at him and her eyes flickered, very briefly, to his forehead. He saw the flicker. He saw the small, careful, conscious decision not to react. He filed, scar visible above hairline, adjust hair, consider the social implications of being a public face from age 0. "First time at Hogwarts," the woman said. "Yes. Ron's new, too." She gestured at one of the boys, a tall lanky one with a long nose and freckles and a smudge of something on the end of the nose that the boy had not noticed. The boy, on being introduced, looked at Harry briefly, looked at the floor, and went back to being awkward in a manner Harry recognized as the particular awkwardness of a boy who had been bracketed all his life between accomplished older brothers and was waiting, with mild dread, for his turn to fail. "All you've got to do," the woman said, in the pleasant unhurried tone of a person who had explained this to several children before, "is walk straight at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop and don't be scared you'll crash into it, that's very important. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous." "Thank you," said Harry. He walked at the wall. He did not run. He did not need to run. He had, at this point in his day, taken the running off the table as a piece of obvious behavior. He walked at the wall at the ordinary pace of a small ordinary boy who knew where he was going. The wall, when he reached it, was not a wall. Platform 9 3/4 was lit by the sun coming sideways through a vault of glass, and at the platform was a steam train, scarlet, with Hogwarts Express in brass on the engine, and a great proper plume of steam rising up, And along the platform was the small operatic chaos of perhaps 200 children and parents and trunks and owls and one toad in a small jar that had escaped its boy and was being recaptured by a very concerned grandmother. Harry stood for a moment and let himself look. He was a small thin boy in cracked glasses on a magical platform on the 1st of September, with a wand, and a school, and a name, and 2 voices in his head. "Run, bear," said Iris. Not yet, Harry thought. Boarding first. He boarded. The compartment he chose was empty, because it was at the back, and at 11 Harry was still working out what other people thought was prestigious. He slid the door shut behind him. He swung his trunk into the rack with one hand, which surprised him slightly. He had not yet calibrated how much of his unusualness was strength and how much was simple speed used to compound momentum, and Hedwig's cage onto the seat opposite. He sat. He took a book out of his trunk. He began to read. The book was Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. Adalbert Waffling, Harry was discovering with quiet pleasure, was the kind of bookwriter who had decided to assume his reader was clever, and was rewarding him for it. Adalbert Waffling was building, in the first 3 chapters, a careful argument that the central problem of magical theory was the reconciliation of 2 observations. 1. Magic was reliably reproducible across casters, which suggested that magic operated according to laws, and 2. Magic was inflected by intent, emotion, and inheritance, which suggested that magic operated according to relationships. Adalbert Waffling, on page 11, was suggesting, mildly, that the resolution might lie in considering magic as a third kind of phenomenon, distinct from physics and from biology, but partaking of features of both. Harry, reading at a speed he had calibrated, in the slow space, at approximately 1 page per second, finished the first 120 pages by the time the train was pulling out of the station. He had, by then, formed several opinions about Adalbert Waffling, the most important of which was that Adalbert Waffling was, broadly, correct, the second most important of which was that Adalbert Waffling had been writing in 1942 and the field had had 50 years since to revise him, which meant Harry needed to find a more recent textbook, and the third most important of which was that magic, on Adalbert Waffling's account, was very compatible with whatever the woman in his head had been doing for the last decade. The compartment door opened. It was the freckled lanky boy from the platform. "Anyone sitting there?" the boy said, pointing at the seat opposite. "Everywhere else is full." "No," said Harry, marking his page. "Sit down." The boy sat down. The boy looked at him. The boy's eyes, for a single moment, did the flicker to the forehead, and the boy, on noticing, blushed scarlet and looked at the floor. Harry, in passing, raised a small private mental note in admiration of a boy who was capable of feeling embarrassed about looking at someone's scar. Doris Crockford, for one, would not have managed it. "Ron Weasley," Ron said. "Harry Potter." Ron looked at him. Ron looked at the floor. Ron looked at him again, this time at the eyes. "Have you really got, you know," Harry pushed his hair back, because Ron had earned it by not looking, and showed him the scar. "Wicked," said Ron. "It's a scar." "Yeah, but, it's the scar. It's a piece of damaged skin." Ron grinned. The grin, Harry noted, was a real one. "Are you going to be like this all year?" "Probably." "Bloody hell." "Yes." Ron laughed. Harry, who had not had a pure laugh at one of his sentences in his life, allowed himself, internally, a small moment of pleasure. He did not show it. He marked his page in Adalbert Waffling. He set the book down. He said, "Tell me about your family." Ron blinked. "What, really?" "Yes. I haven't met any wizards." "You're one. I'd like to know what they look like up close." "You're a wizard." "I'm a wizard who was raised by muggles." "It's not the same." Ron, after a moment of digesting this, told him about his family, in the particular sprawling unself-conscious way of a boy who had grown up in a house too full to be private. Ron had 5 older brothers and a younger sister. The eldest brother Bill worked for Gringotts, in Egypt, breaking curses on tombs. The next brother Charlie was in Romania with dragons. Then Percy, who was a prefect at Hogwarts and was, Ron implied with the small affectionate disrespect of a younger brother, insufferable. Then the twins, Fred and George, who were, in Ron's account, the gods of a small private polytheism the rest of the family observed with caution. Then Ron. Then Ginny. Harry filed all of this, neatly, alongside Hagrid's Hogwarts gossip. Wizarding families were, on Ron's account, a dense network of people who had known each other for generations. The Weasleys were poor, by wizarding standards, although Ron did not use the word. Ron only said that the family had hand-me-downs and that Ron's wand had been Charlie's, and Harry did not push. Harry knew about hand-me-downs. The compartment door opened again. A girl was standing in the doorway. She was Harry's age, with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth and an expression of brisk competent purpose that Harry recognized from a particular brand of school librarian. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she said. "A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," said Ron. "Oh," said the girl. She was, on the evidence, not leaving. She was looking at the book on Harry's lap, which he had set down with the cover up. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. "Goodness, how far are you in?" "I read the first chapter, but Mum said it was too advanced for me." "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." "Harry. This is Ron. Are you Harry Potter?" "I am." "I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Is there anything in those books I would be interested to know about myself?" Hermione blinked. The brisk competent purpose became, briefly, something more like a startled enthusiasm. "You haven't read them?" "I've only had Magical Theory and the standard textbooks for a week. I've prioritized theory over biography. I will read the biographies later, but I'd like to know if there's anything urgent in them." The actually came out with the precise rhetorical relish of a person who had been waiting all her life to be asked a question with the word actually in the answer. "Actually, there isn't very much in any of them that goes beyond your role in events on the night your parents were killed. You're cited, in modern magical history, mostly as a kind of inflection point. There's some speculation about why the killing curse rebounded, but not much consensus. In Hogwarts, a history, have you read Hogwarts, a history? It mentions you in a footnote in the latest edition, but only to say that you're expected at Hogwarts in 1991. So nothing personal, really. Just the inflection point. That's good to know. Are you really reading Magical Theory at 120 pages an hour?" Harry looked at her. He had not, at any point, told her how fast he was reading. He had shut the book several minutes ago. He had been on page 123. The cover did not display a page number. The bookmark was inside the book. Hermione Granger had, in the time between the door opening and the toad question, glanced at his book, identified it by the cover, opened it in her head, found the page he had been on by the angle at which the bookmark was sitting in the spine, calculated the time he had been on the train and divided. Harry, on consideration, decided he was going to like Hermione Granger. "Yes," he said. Hermione's eyes did a small thing. Hermione opened her mouth to say something, closed her mouth, opened it again, closed it again, and then sat, abruptly, in the seat next to Hedwig. "That's not normal," she said. "No. You were reading at, it's been like this for a while," Harry said. "I'm working it out. Don't tell anyone yet." Hermione, still wide-eyed, nodded. Hermione, Harry filed, was a child who could be told not to tell. Ron, who had been watching this exchange with the increasingly bewildered expression of a boy realizing his compartment mates were on a different train, said, "What's she on about?" "Nothing," said Harry, mildly. "Hermione, would you like to read the next chapter?" "Yes," said Hermione, instantly. Harry handed her the book. Hermione, who had clearly been taught by her parents to value a borrowed book, took it carefully in two hands, opened it to the bookmark, and began to read. Her eyes, Harry noticed, ran down the page in a steady left-to-right slalom, which was the ordinary fast speed of a clever 11-year-old. He did not show that he had noticed. He let her read. He turned, instead, to Ron, and said, mildly, "Tell me about Quidditch." Ron, who had been waiting all morning to be asked about Quidditch, told him about Quidditch. The Sorting Hat was an old hat. It was, Harry observed as McGonagall set it on the stool at the front of the Great Hall, a very specifically old hat, not the artful old of a hat tended for centuries, but the actual old of a hat that had been worn until it had run out of wear. The stitching at the brim was undone in places. The crown sagged. The color, where there had ever been color, was the color of a bruise that had been a bruise for 1,000 years. The hat, on the stool, opened a rip near the brim and sang. Harry listened. The hat sang, in a serviceable rhyming verse, about the 4 houses, bold Gryffindor, just Hufflepuff, sharp Ravenclaw, cunning Slytherin. The hat finished. The hall clapped. McGonagall, small, severe, in green, stepped forward with a roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah." A small pink-faced girl staggered up to the stool. The hat, on her head, considered for a moment. "Hufflepuff," the hat shouted. Harry, in the line, watched. He had been told, by Ron on the train, that the Sorting Hat read your mind. He had not particularly liked that idea. Privacy was a value Harry had acquired the hard way and would, on principle, defend by any means available. He stood in the line and did the slow thing in a small careful way and considered, in the slow space, what he was going to do when the hat got on his head. The line moved. Boys and girls became Gryffindors and Slytherins and Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Hermione Granger, ahead of him, sat on the stool with her shoulders square and her hands folded neatly in her lap, and the hat shouted, "Gryffindor," after a long pause that, Harry noted, was longer than most of the others. Ron Weasley, ahead of him, sat with his eyes screwed shut and his ears very red, and the hat shouted, "Gryffindor," with what Harry could only describe as relief. Then McGonagall said, "Potter, Harry." The hall, which had been a low murmur, fell silent. Heads at every table turned. 100 whispers moved through the room like wind through a wheat field. Did she say Potter? Harry Potter? Harry walked to the stool. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat. The hat fell over his eyes. In the dark, against his ear, said a small dry voice, "Well, well, well. What have we here?" "Hello," Harry thought back, calmly. "Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting." Harry, who had spent 10 years under the Dursleys' roof and 4 months reading textbooks, was conscious, in the slow space, of having been read at a speed that exceeded even his own. He did not, on inspection, mind. He filed it. "Now," said the hat, "where shall I put you? Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that, the resources, the cunning, the network, and you have the patience, oh yes, you have the patience for Slytherin, but I sense that you, Mr. Potter, have already got greatness without the help, and the question is whether you trust it not to corrupt you." It might, Harry thought. "I don't trust it not to." "Honest," said the hat, sounding mildly impressed. "Most boys say they do." Most boys haven't been kept in a cupboard, Harry thought back. A small silence. "True," said the hat, more gently. "Ravenclaw, then. The mind is a Ravenclaw mind. The reading, the cataloguing, the theory. You'd flourish in Ravenclaw." Probably, Harry thought. But, the hat agreed. "I'd like Gryffindor." "Why?" Harry thought about this. He thought about Hagrid in the doorway of the hut. He thought about the woman in the yellow blouse who had been with him, in some form, for the whole of his life that he could remember. He thought about the boy on the train who had not flinched from his scar. He thought about the girl who had been told not to read the book and had read it anyway. He thought about Iris West, whose name he did not consciously know but who had named him Bear, and he thought about the man with the wedding ring who had been him. I want a house, Harry thought, that won't be afraid to stand in the way of the things I'm afraid I'm capable of. Gryffindor will. Ravenclaw might agree with me. Slytherin would help me. I'd like to be argued with. The hat, against his ear, was very quiet for a long moment. You are, said the hat, eventually, the most considered 11-year-old I have sorted in 800 years. Thank you, Harry thought. That wasn't a compliment. I'll take it as one. The hat sighed. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron, halfway down the table, was cheering. Hermione, on the bench beside him, was clapping properly, as one applauds at a concert. The twins, somewhere down the table, were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," in matched basso. The hall, beyond the Gryffindor table, was a low rolling sea of murmurs and craning necks. Harry took off the hat and walked, calmly, to the Gryffindor table. He sat down between Hermione and a sandy-haired boy who introduced himself as Seamus and who, Harry noticed, smelled faintly of singed hair. He inclined his head to Seamus. He inclined his head to Hermione. He inclined his head to Ron. He looked, briefly, at the head table. At the head table, on a great gilt chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry, in the slow space, looked at him properly. Dumbledore was not what Harry had expected. Hagrid had described an authoritative, twinkling, saintly old man with a beard nearly as long as Hagrid's. Hagrid had been correct on every detail and had, Harry noted, missed the more important features. The more important features were, 1. Dumbledore was watching Harry with an attention that was not casual, and which had been on him from the moment he had sat on the stool. 2. Dumbledore's left hand, on the table, was wearing a heavy, ornate ring that was not the ring of a man of Dumbledore's rank. 3. Dumbledore's right eye, when their eyes met across the hall, did the small light wink of an old man performing a piece of public reassurance, but Dumbledore's left eye, in the same instant, did not. Harry filed, Dumbledore is performing. Dumbledore has been performing for so long the performance has become him. Dumbledore is, simultaneously, very kind and very dangerous, and he has, since the moment my name was read, been deciding what he wants from me. He inclined his head, 1 degree, to Dumbledore. Dumbledore inclined his head, 1 degree, back. Run, Bear, said Iris, in his head, in a voice that Harry was learning was the voice she used when she was both proud and worried at once. You're in. I'm in, Harry agreed. The feast appeared on the tables. Harry, who had eaten a dry bowl of cornflakes for breakfast and had not eaten since, ate with the small dignified seriousness with which he had eaten the sundae in Diagon Alley. He ate without commentary. He ate without grabbing. He took small portions and finished them. He drank water before the pumpkin juice. He noticed, beside him, that Ron had no such protocol. Ron was eating in the way of a boy who had spent 11 years competing with 5 brothers for the second helping. Hermione, on his other side, was eating with the brisk competent efficiency of a person who knew that the food was a means to the end of being awake for the evening's lectures. Harry, between them, was happy. He let himself notice this. He thought, in the slow space, very privately, I am happy. The thought was new. The thought was, in his life, completely new. He held the thought up to the light, in the slow space, and turned it over. He filed it under, do not tell. The Gryffindor common room was a tall round room with red and gold tapestries and squashy armchairs and a fire. The dormitory was a round room with 5 four-poster beds, each with red velvet curtains and clean linen. Harry, in the dormitory, with his trunk at the foot of his bed and Hedwig out the window for the night and the wand under his pillow, lay on his back in a clean bed, in clean pajamas, in a room with 4 other boys, all of whom had so far been kind to him, and looked at the ceiling. Above him, against the dark wood of the canopy, the woman in the yellow blouse was standing, only she was not in a yellow blouse, she was in her dressing gown, and she was holding a mug of hot chocolate, and she was saying, gently, "Sleep. I'm trying." "You're not trying." I have a lot to think about." "I know. Sleep. The thoughts will be there in the morning." Harry, in the dark, with the 4 other boys all asleep, with the soft creak of the castle around him, with his wand under his pillow and his hand on the wand, did the thing he had not done for 10 years, which was to allow his face, in private, to do a small thing that was not quite a smile and was not quite a frown, and which was, in the absence of anyone to see it, the closest he had ever come to letting his face do whatever it wanted. He slept. The first morning of classes was Charms, Transfiguration, History of Magic, and Defense Against the Dark Arts, with double potions in the afternoon. Charms was a small, half-forgotten man named Flitwick who stood on a stack of books to teach. He took the register. When he reached Harry, he toppled off his books with a squeak of excitement and was helped up by a Ravenclaw girl in the front row. Harry, in his seat, did not change his face. Inside he was making a list of professors who had reacted to him as a celebrity and a list of professors who had not. Flitwick went on the celebrity list. Harry suspected Flitwick was harmless. Transfiguration was McGonagall. McGonagall was, Harry decided after 20 minutes, the best teacher he had ever met, on the grounds that McGonagall began the class by transfiguring her desk into a pig and back, which, on Adelbert Waffling's account, was not supposed to be possible without breaking several conservation laws, and which McGonagall therefore had clearly negotiated some kind of personal exemption from. Harry, when McGonagall set them the day's task, turning a match into a needle, slowed himself down, opened the textbook in his head, found a cited spell, set the textbook aside, and produced a needle on his second attempt. McGonagall stopped at his desk. She picked up the needle. She examined it. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." "Would you mind doing it again?" "No, Professor." He did it again. He turned the needle back into a match, which was, on the textbook's account, a more advanced reverse transfiguration that he had done on a hunch, and turned it back into a needle. McGonagall looked at the needle, at the match, at Harry. 20 points to Gryffindor, she said. Her Scottish accent was strict at the edges. Her eyes, behind the square spectacles, were not. "You've read ahead." "Yes, Professor." "How far ahead?" "To the end of the second-year syllabus, Professor." "I haven't done the practical." "You'll have an opportunity." "Thank you, Professor." She did not smile. McGonagall, Harry filed, did not smile easily, but she had, on his needle, allowed her eyes to do the thing eyes did when they liked a thing they were not yet prepared to praise out loud. He did not show that he had noticed. He sat down. He let Hermione, beside him, who had produced a needle on her 5th attempt and was now, with bright competitive purpose, refine her technique without comment. History of Magic was Professor Binns, who was a ghost. The ghost of Professor Binns lectured on a goblin rebellion in the 12th century in a voice like a fan in another room, and the class, by minute 4, was unconscious. Harry, in his seat, slowed himself down, listened to the entire lecture in approximately 12 seconds of his own time, took notes in his head, filed them, allowed Binns to finish, and spent the remaining 48 minutes reading, in his head, the third-year Charms textbook he had bought at Flourish and Blott's. Defense Against the Dark Arts was Quirrel. Harry sat at the back, with Hermione beside him and Ron behind him, and watched Quirrel stutter through an introduction. The classroom smelled of garlic. Quirrel wore the turban. The garlic, Quirrel stuttered, was to ward off vampires. Harry filed, "Garlic is a public excuse for the smell of something else, vampires would not react to garlic in a textbook of the seriousness Quirrell had previously been a contributor to. The smell, on Harry's nose, was a covering smell. The thing being covered was something Harry did not yet have a vocabulary for, but which had a quality of cold rotted leaves at the back of his throat that he had only otherwise associated with the moment in the leaky cauldron when the slow space had opened on its own. He filed it. Quirrell, throughout the class, did not look at Harry directly. Quirrell, when his eyes passed across the room, skipped Harry's face. Harry, who knew what it looked like when an adult was avoiding him, filed that, too. After the lesson, in the corridor, Harry said, mildly, to Hermione, "Did Professor Quirrell strike you as well?" "He's nervous," Hermione said. "Too nervous, for a defense professor." "The book is good." "The book is very good, he wrote some of it." "The lectures are not what the book promises." "That's a very useful observation." "I read his book." "Of course you did." Hermione, walking beside him, looked at him sideways. "Harry. How fast can you actually read?" Harry looked ahead, down the corridor. The corridor was a cold long space lined with statues of old wizards and one or two suits of armor that were, he was reasonably sure, not currently inhabited by anything. "I'd rather not say yet." "Why?" "Because I haven't worked out what it means, and because I haven't worked out who I want to know about it." "You've told me. You worked it out yourself in 2 seconds." "That's different." Hermione was quiet. She walked beside him for a while in the careful purposeful way she walked. "All right," she said. "I won't tell." "Thank you. You'll tell me when you do work it out." "I will." She nodded once, briskly, and went back to walking. Potions was in the dungeons. Snape was a thin pale man in black with greasy hair and an expression composed entirely of contempt. He took the register in a low, soft voice that managed to be more alarming than any shouting Harry had heard from Vernon in his life. When he reached Harry's name he paused. "Ah. Yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Snape stared at Harry. Harry stared back, mildly, with his hands folded on the desk. Snape said, soft and cold, "Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry, in the slow space, had time. He had read magical drafts and potions twice on the train. He had read the back matter and the index. The phrase asphodel and wormwood was on page 231 of the recommended reading reference, Most Potenti Potions, as the principal ingredients of the draught of living death. The combination was also referenced, in a footnote to Magical Drafts and Potions, as the traditional opening question put by a strict teacher to a presumably ignorant first year. Harry, calmly, said, "The draught of living death, Professor." The room, behind him, did a small intake of breath. Snape's face did not change. "Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, Professor." "Or in your store cupboard, if you prefer to save the trip." "And what is the difference, Mr. Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one, Professor. They are the same plant, also known as aconite, and they are also known as fool's bane in some Muggle pharmacies, which I think is a fair description of the herbalist who thought naming it 3 different things was a good idea." The room did the silence of a room that had been holding a breath since the second question. Snape did not move. The black eyes, on him, were not angry. They were, Harry realized with a small private interest, calculating. Snape was, in this moment, doing what Harry had been doing all day with everyone he met. Snape was filing Harry into a category. "Why," said Snape, soft and cold, "are you here, Mr. Potter?" "I'm sorry." "At Hogwarts." "Why are you at Hogwarts?" "Because Hogwarts wrote to me, Professor." "That is not what I asked." "I am here," Harry said carefully, "to learn magic. From people, as a rule, who are good at it." "I am told you are good at it." There was a small silence. Said Snape, eventually. How fascinating, Potter. He turned away. He set the class to brewing a simple cure for boils. Snape stalked between the cauldrons and complimented no one and criticized everyone with the equal opportunity of a man who has decided, on principle, that the entire human race is failing him at this exact moment. When he reached Harry's cauldron, against expectation, he did not speak. The cauldron contained the cure for boils. Harry had, in the slow space, brewed it correctly. He had crushed his snake fangs in a single smooth motion at the speed Adalbert Waffling, and, more relevantly, Arsenius Jigger, would have approved. He had heated the cauldron at the temperature the textbook recommended and not the temperature one of the printed corrections in the third edition of Magical Drafts and Potions had pointed out was incorrect. He had stirred clockwise on the third stir, where Neville Longbottom, 2 desks over, had stirred anti-clockwise and had now, under Snape's eye, transformed his own cauldron into a pale green sludge. Snape stood over Harry's cauldron for what was, in real time, perhaps 5 seconds. In the slow space Harry watched Snape's eyes calculate, in turn, the color, the viscosity, the thickness of the bubbles on the surface, the smell, and the slight curl of the steam at the rim. Snape said, in a voice that was very quiet, "How did you know to stir 3 times only?" Magical Drafts and Potions, Harry said, 3rd edition. Page 62. The footnote in the margin. There's a printer's correction. The 1st edition says 4 stirs, but Jigger withdrew the 4th stir in 1973. You're using the 3rd edition because the wartime printers reset some of the type and the 3rd stir paragraph reads more cleanly, but the 4th stir mistake is still in the body text. The footnote is right. Snape was very still. The room behind them was very still. Snape said, in a voice Harry could not read, 5 points to Gryffindor. Then Snape walked away. Harry, with the cauldron in front of him and the room watching, did not change his face. Inside, in the slow space, he allowed himself the small satisfaction of a child who has been told no for 10 years and has finally been told yes, by a man who, on Hermione's whispered briefing in the corridor, had not awarded a single point to Gryffindor in 8 years of teaching. He filed Snape under, enemy, possibly, respectable adversary, definitely, do not antagonize needlessly, observe. That night, after curfew, in the round dormitory, in the 4-poster bed with the red curtains drawn, Harry took out his ledger. The ledger was, by now, a small leather notebook he had bought in Diagon Alley, locked with a small charm Hermione had, with brisk competence, added to it for him after he had explained, mildly, that he liked to keep notes private. The ledger, in his lap, was open to the first day at Hogwarts. He wrote, in his careful small hand, Day 1. 1. Dumbledore is performing. He has been performing so long he is the performance. He noticed me. He has been deciding what to do with me since before today. 2. Quirrel has it on him. The cold leaves thing. The garlic is to cover something else. He avoids my eyes. The thing in the back of his head is older than him, more careful than him, and has been frightened, today, of something, possibly of me. Why? 3. Snape recognized me. He recognized something. He is angry about something I haven't done yet. He is also good at what he does. The anger and the goodness are not the same anger. Lily. 4. Hermione Granger sees too much. She must be told everything before she works it out and tells someone else. 5. Ron Weasley is honest. Honest is rare. Honest is to be cherished and protected. 6. McGonagall is kind and pretends not to be. She will be useful and she will be a friend. 7. The hat is older than the school and remembers more than the school will admit. The hat does not lie. The hat thought I was Slytherin and let me go to Gryffindor on my honesty. Examine, have I been honest with myself? 8. I am happy. Filed, do not tell. He closed the ledger. He locked it. He put it under the pillow next to the wand. "There," said Iris, in his head. "Yes, Iris. You did good today. I know. Don't get cocky." "I won't." He slept. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Forensic Detective. 2 months at Hogwarts taught Harry the following things, in approximate order of utility. The castle had 2 architectures. The first architecture was the one printed on the maps the prefects gave first years, and was made of corridors, classrooms, towers, dungeons, and a great hall. The second architecture was the one made of the actual relations between rooms, which had been arranged by some long-dead architect on principles that were not consistent across centuries, and which had been altered by every headmaster since on the principle that doing so was their privilege. Stairs moved. Doors that were doors on Tuesday were not doors on Friday. The Charms corridor on the 3rd floor connected, via a portrait of 3 nuns playing whist, to the astronomy stairs, but only if you entered the corridor in an even hour. The North Tower contained a room that Harry had visited twice, by 2 different routes, and which on the 3rd visit had not existed. Harry, with the slow space half open whenever he walked, began to map both architectures. The first he committed to a small folded paper map he kept inside Hogwarts, a history. The second he committed to memory, in a structure that grew, over the 2 months, into something like a forest of contingent rooms, each labeled with the conditions under which it could be reached. He estimated that, by the end of his first year, he would know more of the second architecture than any current student and most of the staff. The architecture was the first thing he learned. The second was that he could vibrate. The vibration came on him in late September, in a corridor at 3 in the morning, after he had been working in the library on a charm he had read about in the second-year textbook. He had been hurrying back to Gryffindor Tower at the speed of a brisk walk and had wanted to slow himself only to keep from being heard, and he had, in the slow space, allowed his hand to rest against a stone wall. The wall, in the slow space, had felt more like a stone wall than walls felt at the ordinary speed of the world. He had thought, of course, the wall is sitting still while I am moving very fast through a space at a speed at which the wall ought to be relatively transparent. The thought had been Barry's thought. The thought had carried a small clear instruction that did not feel like Harry's: vibrate the molecules of your hand at a frequency that constructively interferes with the lattice spacing of the stone, and walk through. Harry had stared at his hand against the stone for some seconds. Then he had vibrated. The vibration had come like a sneeze, built up by itself, released itself. His hand, against the stone, had become, very briefly, a hand-shaped blur. The blur had passed into the stone with the particular soft slither of a knife into hot bread. Harry had pulled his hand back, fast, and stood in the corridor at 3 in the morning with his hand intact and the wall intact and a small, cold understanding settling over him. He could walk through walls. He had decided, on reflection, not to walk through any further walls until he understood the inverse, how to come back out without leaving any of himself in the wall. The library had a section on splinching, which was the wizarding word for the magical equivalent of the same problem, and Harry, over the next week, read everything Hogwarts had on splinching and concluded that the wizarding solution and the Speed Force solution shared the same general principle, intent and integrity, and that he could, with practice, do this safely. He practiced. He practiced at 3 in the morning, in empty corridors, with the slow space open and his lips moving quietly through the vowels of his own name. He passed through, in turn, a tapestry, a thin partition between 2 unused classrooms, a wooden door, a stone wall, and, only once, with a great deal of careful preparation, the floor of an unused tower room into the room beneath, which was not in the maps and which contained, of all things, a very surprised oil painting of a goat. The goat had said, dryly, "Going somewhere, son?" "Sorry," Harry had said, and gone. By Halloween, he could walk through walls. By Halloween, he could also, at the cost of perhaps 3 breaths' worth of effort, sustain the slow space, open all the way it had opened on Privet Drive on the morning of September 1st, for what he estimated as 4 to 6 seconds. The world, in those seconds, was a still life through which he could move at a speed he had not yet measured but which he estimated, by the wind on his face when he tested it on the lawns, was supersonic. He could not yet sustain it, the slow space, all the way open, was thirsty. It cost him, in body weight, several pounds per long burst. He had begun, in the great hall, eating like Ron. By Halloween, also, he had developed 3 new private categories. The first was, things to tell Hermione. Almost everything. The second was, things to tell Ron. Almost nothing, not because Ron was unworthy but because Ron's older brothers had taught him that secrets shared with Ron traveled at a speed only marginally below Harry's own, and Harry, who did not blame Ron for this, did not propose to test him. The third was, things to tell no one. The wall thing. The supersonic thing. The cosmic, the metaphysical, the slow widening sense, every night now in the dorm, of a second life behind his own. He had begun, also, to remember. The remembering had not yet come as memory. It had come as familiarity. The great hall, on the first day, had felt familiar in a way it should not have, because Harry had never been in a hall like it, and yet the angle of the high windows and the floating candles and the murmurous quality of the air had each been familiar to a piece of him that was older than he was. The owls in the Morning Post had been familiar. The flicker of a spell going wrong on a desk had been familiar. The sentence "the wand chooses the wizard" had been familiar in the particular way that an idiom is familiar in a language you used to know. By Halloween morning, when Harry walked into the great hall with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other and saw, hanging from the rafters, 1,000 carved pumpkins lit from inside, he stopped in the doorway and stood very still and felt, because the woman in his head was, this morning, very close, not the pumpkins, but a small bright kitchen, and a woman in a yellow blouse cutting a face into a pumpkin with a paring knife, and a man's hand handing her a cup of coffee, and the woman saying, "Bear, hold this for me," and a child's hand, Harry's hand, Barry's hand, Bear's hand, taking the carved lid from her and feeling the soft wet weight of it. Harry blinked. The great hall came back. The pumpkins were the school's pumpkins. The woman was not in the doorway. Hermione, beside him, was saying something about the charm work involved in keeping the candles aloft. "Harry," said Ron. "All right?" "Yes," said Harry. "I'm fine." "Run, Bear," said Iris, very softly, in the back of his head, as Harry sat down to breakfast. The slow space, today, was open without his asking it. It was Ron who made Hermione cry. Harry, in retrospect, would not blame him. Ron, at this point in his 11-year-old career, had not yet been taught that there are some sentences a boy can say in a corridor that cannot be unsaid, and that calling Hermione Granger a know-it-all whom no one liked, in the corridor outside Charms, in a voice loud enough that Hermione, walking behind him with her arms full of books, could hear, was one of those sentences. Hermione had not stopped to argue. Hermione had not, on the corridor evidence, even looked at Ron. Hermione had simply walked past them with her arms full of books and her face composed in the small careful way of a person who had decided not to allow her face to do anything until she was somewhere with a door. Harry had watched her go. He had said, mildly, to Ron, that was an unkind thing to say. "What, Hermione?" Harry, she corrected me. 3 times. In one lesson. About things she'd just read for the first time. She loves the lesson and she doesn't know other people don't. Don't make her smaller for that. Apologize tonight. Why would I apologize? Because you should. And because Hermione has been kind to you, including when you didn't deserve it, and because if she stops being kind to you, you'll miss it. Ron had blinked. Ron, who was honest, had after a moment said, very quietly, "Yeah. All right. I'll apologize." Tonight? Tonight. Harry had filed, Ron is honest. Ron is good. Ron is, also, 11, and will say things at 11 that he will be ashamed of later. The protocol is to give him the chance to be the thing he wants to be. Hermione, in the event, did not appear at lunch. Hermione did not appear at the afternoon's lessons. Hermione did not appear at the Halloween feast. Harry, at the Gryffindor table, cataloguing the absences, made a calculation that involved 1. The duration since the corridor incident, 2. The typical rate at which an 11-year-old girl cried in a school bathroom and recovered, 3. The typical Hermione overcorrection, which would be, not to come out until she had decided what she wanted her face to do, and concluded that she was probably in a girl's bathroom on the second floor, where the unused girl's bathroom was rumored to be the haunt of a ghost who would, on Hermione's account, leave her alone if she asked nicely. He decided, halfway through the soup, to find her. He stood up. He had not yet stood up, was still in the act of pushing the bench back, when the doors of the great hall flew open and Quirrell ran in. Quirrell, in his stutter, in his turban, with his face the color of fresh putty, ran the length of the hall and stopped at the head table and said, in a high voice that carried to every corner of the room, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." Then Quirrell fainted. Cleanly. Forward, onto the floor, in a way that was, Harry noted in the slow space, faintly choreographed. The feint had been arranged. The hall went silent for a second. Then it went, predictably, into uproar. Dumbledore stood. Several purple firecrackers exploded from the end of his wand. "Prefects," Dumbledore said, in a voice that did not have to be loud to be heard, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Harry, standing, in the slow space, looked at Dumbledore. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. He looked at Snape, who was, Harry noted, not staring at Dumbledore, not staring at Quirrell, but already moving, cleanly and with purpose, toward the side door of the great hall. He looked at the route Snape was taking, which was, if Harry's mental map of the castle was correct, the route to the third floor, and not to the dungeons. Harry filed. Quirrell did not run from the dungeons, his shoes are dry and there is no dust on his hem. The troll was not in the dungeons when Quirrell announced it was. Quirrell knew about the troll in advance. The announcement is a distraction. Snape, at this moment, is moving against the distraction, towards something he believes the distraction is for. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side, the corridor Dumbledore had warned the school against on the first night, the corridor Harry had, 3 weeks ago, opened with a charm and looked into and seen a three-headed dog standing on a trapdoor, that was where Snape was going. Harry filed all of this in approximately 1 second of his own time. In the same 1 second, in the part of his head that was not Barry, in the part of his head that was Harry the 11-year-old, he thought, Hermione is in the second-floor bathroom. The troll is loose. The troll, on Adalbert Waffling's typology of magical creatures, will go where the food is, which means up. The dungeons are not where the food is, the dungeons are where the troll is being represented as being. He let the slow space close. He grabbed Ron's sleeve. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. Ron, for 1 second, did not understand. For the second second, he did. "Oh," he said. "Oh, no. Come on." They cut against the flow of the prefects herding the school out of the great hall. They went up 2 flights. They turned into the corridor on the second floor. They smelled it before they heard it. The smell of a mountain troll, Harry noted academically with the part of him that was reading magical drafts and potions while running, was the smell of an old socks bin in a slaughterhouse on a hot day. The smell came around the corner ahead of the noise. The noise came around the corner half a second later, a low wet grunting and the wet shuffle of something very large moving its weight from one foot to the other. Harry rounded the corner with Ron behind him. The troll was 14 feet tall. The troll was at the door of the girls' bathroom, on the threshold, with its great club balanced on its shoulder and a bewildered expression composed of perhaps 4 neurons disagreeing about what to do next. The door was open. From inside the bathroom, in the small frozen voice of a child trying to control a sob, came, "Please go away." Harry, in the slow space, made several decisions at once. He decided, 1, he was going to handle this. 2, Ron was not. 3, the trick with Ron was not to send him away, which would not work, the trick was to give Ron a job. 4. The job was to lock the troll in the bathroom after Harry got Hermione out, which was a job Ron, with his wand, could do, and which would also, when later told to Ron's mother, be the thing Ron had done, and Ron was a boy who needed, on his own ledger, to have done the thing. He said, fast, to Ron, I'm going through. When I bring Hermione out, the troll will be inside the bathroom. Slam the door and hold it shut with whatever you've got. Locking charm, the bench, your own body, do not let it get out into the corridor. Got it? What, Harry, how are you going to, got it? Yeah. Harry let the slow space go all the way open. The world stopped. Ron, at his shoulder, was a still life of a freckled boy with his mouth half open in the act of saying yes. The troll, in the doorway, was a still life of a thing the size of a small horse, with its club at the lift, with a bead of sweat on its temple, with its left small toenail an interesting yellow that Harry did not have a category for. The corridor smelled, in the still air, less than it had at speed. The smell, in the still life, was a fixed thing that you could simply navigate around. Harry stepped through the troll. He stepped through it the way he had been practicing on walls. He vibrated, briefly, as he passed through the troll's left thigh, and the vibration, in the slow space, made his teeth ring with the unfamiliar density of a living thing rather than a mineral one. He came out the other side. He was in the bathroom. Hermione was on the floor in the corner under the sinks. Her face, in the still life, was the face of a child who had been crying for an hour in the privacy of a bathroom and had, perhaps 2 minutes ago, the bathroom invaded by a creature she had not known existed. Her left hand was on her wand. Her right hand was on her own ankle, where, Harry noted in the slow space, she had skinned the ankle on the tile in the act of crab scuttling backward. She was, on his slow examination, frightened, but holding it, and her wand, in the slow space, was already lifted and pointed at the troll's enormous frozen calf, in a position that suggested she was preparing to cast. Hermione, in the slow space, had not given up. He liked her even more than he had liked her this morning. He filed it. He moved. He picked her up, gently, in the still slow time, with one arm under her knees and one across her shoulder blades, and walked her, calmly, around the back of the troll, out through the bathroom door and into the corridor, and set her on her feet beside Ron. He let the slow space close. The world resumed. There was an instant, perhaps half a second long, in which Hermione, who had been on the floor, and was now on her feet in the corridor outside the bathroom, looked at her own shoes, looked at Harry, looked at Ron, looked at Harry, looked at the bathroom door, and decided, with the clean fast competence of a girl who had read every textbook there was to read, that whatever had just happened was a thing she would discuss later. The troll, in the bathroom, finished bringing down its club. The club, in the absence of a small girl in the corner under the sinks, hit the tile floor of the bathroom with a noise like a small church collapsing. Door, said Harry. Ron slammed the door. Hermione, who had recovered her wand somewhere in the transit, said, Colloportus. The door, in its frame, made a small wet clicking noise like a sealed jar. The door sealed. The troll, in the bathroom, hit the door from the inside. The door bulged. The door held. The troll hit the door again. The door bulged more. The door held. In the corridor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in a small triangle and breathed. Harry, said Hermione, after a moment. Yes. I'm going to ask you a question. All right. And I would like you to answer truthfully. All right. Was I, and I'm going to phrase this as a hypothesis, was I, a moment ago, on the floor of the bathroom with a 14-foot-tall mountain troll between me and the door, and am I, now, in the corridor, on my feet, with the troll on the wrong side of the door, in a configuration it would have been, on Adalbert Waffling's account of energy conservation, impossible for me to achieve in the time available. Harry looked at her. Harry looked at Ron. Ron, who had been about to ask the same question more colloquially, closed his mouth. Yes, said Harry. Right, said Hermione. Later, said Harry. Later, Hermione agreed. Ron said, "Bloody hell." The troll hit the door again. The door bulged more. The door held. By the time Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell came up the corridor at a run, the troll, on the wrong side of the bathroom door, had passed into the third stage of frustration, which was a low whining noise punctuated by intermittent bashing of its own face into the stone. The professors stopped at the corner. McGonagall took in the scene. McGonagall said, in a voice that was, Harry thought, beautiful to hear, "Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger." "Professor," said Hermione, "I'm sorry. I came looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it. I'd read about them, I'd read about how to handle them, and I was wrong. Harry and Ron came after me to fetch me back, and they trapped it in the bathroom, and Ron locked the door, and it was my fault, Professor. They saved me." McGonagall stared at Hermione. McGonagall, whose Scottish accent, Harry was learning to detect, sharpened or softened with her actual mood, said, with the accent at its sharpest, "Miss Granger, you fool, why on earth would you go looking for a mountain troll alone? I thought I could. I'm sorry. I was wrong." McGonagall took a long, controlled breath through her nose. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this, Miss Granger. I'm very disappointed in you. Now go up to Gryffindor Tower. Pudding is being served there. Hermione walked away. Hermione walked, Harry noted, with the precise erect dignity of a girl who had just told her first ever serious lie and had got away with it on the principle of plausibility. McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. "As for you two, well, I'm just astonished you're alive. Not many first-year students could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale. 5 points each will be awarded to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck." She waited. She waited the way a person waits to see if a child will protest. Harry, who had no intention of protesting on his own behalf, said, "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall's eyes, behind the spectacles, did the thing they had done in Transfiguration over the needle. She turned away. In turning, she did not see what Harry saw, because Harry, at her shoulder, was already in the slow space. Snape's leg, beneath the black robe, was bleeding. It was bleeding, specifically, on the right side, halfway up the calf, in 3 deep parallel lines, 2 inches apart, the kind of cut that was made by a particular kind of claw. The blood had soaked through the black wool in 3 matching dark lines and had begun to drip, by the time Harry caught it in the slow space, to pool in the seam of Snape's boot. The cut was, Harry estimated, about 10 minutes old. Snape's left hand was holding the robe down at the side, away from his leg, so that the leg moved freely under the cloth. Snape's face, at this moment, was the same face it always was, which was the only thing about Snape that, Harry realized, never changed. Snape's expression was a blank because Snape had decided, possibly when very young, that an expression was a luxury he could not afford in public. Snape, in the slow space, was watching Harry. Snape, in the slow space, knew Harry had seen the leg. Snape did not, in the slow space, change his face. Harry let the slow space close. He said, to McGonagall, "Yes, Professor. We'll go up to the tower." He took Ron's elbow. He turned. He walked away. He did not look at Snape. He felt, in the way he felt everything now, with the slow space half open all the time, Snape's eyes on the back of his neck for the entire length of the corridor. In the spiral staircase, halfway up to Gryffindor Tower, Ron said, in a voice that was, for Ron, very quiet, "Harry. You walked through a troll." "I did." "Like, you walked through it?" "Yes. Like a ghost." "Not exactly a ghost. Different mechanism." "Right." Ron walked another flight in silence. Then he said, also very quietly, are you a ghost?" "No." "All right." "Ron." "Yeah." "Apologize to Hermione." Yeah. Yeah. Doing that. Right now. Good. He apologized to Hermione, in the common room, in front of the fire, with the pudding on a tray that the elves had sent up. Hermione, who had not yet eaten, put down her fork to listen. She listened with the small attentive face of a girl who had decided that the apology was going to be either taken seriously or rejected entirely, and that there was no middle. Ron, who was 11, who was awkward, who was, on a good day, capable of producing a sentence that meant the thing he wanted it to mean, did the apology in 5 sentences and did not, at any point, look away. Hermione, when he was done, said, "All right. All right. All right. We're friends." She picked up her fork. The pudding was treacle tart. Ron, who had been holding it for himself, slid the dish toward her. Harry, in the chair on the other side of the fire, with his own pudding in his lap, watched 2 of his 3 new friends become friends with each other across the course of a treacle tart and let himself, in the slow space, have another small private moment of being happy. He filed it, again, under, "Do not tell." The Quidditch match was on a clear cold November afternoon and Harry, on the new Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had bought him, was the youngest Seeker in 100 years and was, by general consensus in the Gryffindor common room, going to win. He had not asked to be the youngest Seeker in 100 years. The story of his appointment was, the morning after the Troll, in a flying lesson with Madame Hooch, Neville Longbottom had lost control of his broom and Draco Malfoy had stolen Neville's Remembrall and thrown it. Harry, in the slow space, had caught it in mid-air at a depth of perhaps 50 feet and brought it back. McGonagall, who had been watching from a window, had appeared on the lawn in a manner that was not, on Harry's careful calculation, achievable by ordinary stairs in the time available, and had taken Harry away from the class. He had assumed he was in trouble. He had not been in trouble. He had, on the contrary, been in the office of Oliver Wood, the 17-year-old Gryffindor Quidditch captain, and McGonagall had said, in a voice that was almost happy, "Wood, I've found you a Seeker." Harry had played, the previous month, in 3 practice matches, and had been good at Quidditch, although less good than he would have been if he had been allowed to use the slow space, which he had not, because using the slow space in front of his teammates would, on his own internal protocol, be telling. He had, instead, used a Seeker's instinct that he suspected was Barry's and not his own, and had also, on 3 occasions, briefly opened the slow space when no one was looking, to consult, in still time, the position of the snitch. Today was the first match. Slytherin were playing Gryffindor. The pitch was a great oval of flattened grass with 3 high golden hoops at each end, and the stands were, as Harry rose into the air on his broom, full of every face in the school, including the 2 faces he was at this point sufficiently aware of to find quickly, Snape on the staff bench, in his black robe, with a small open book in his lap and his eyes on Harry, and, 2 seats over, Quirrel, in his turban, also looking at Harry, and behind Quirrel, where Harry was reasonably sure no one. In the staff knew it was looking, the cold thing in the back of Quirrel's skull, also looking at Harry, although the cold thing did not, on Harry's slow space examination, have eyes. Madame Hooch blew the whistle. The 15 brooms went up. Harry rose to a Seeker's altitude, 300 feet above the pitch, and began a slow circle. He let the slow space, in small careful bursts, open and close, looking for the snitch. The snitch was a small golden ball with wings that moved at 150 miles an hour. He could not, on the broom, find it. He let the slow space close. He looked. He let it open. He looked. He closed the slow space and was, for a moment, just sitting on his broom 300 feet above a Quidditch pitch, watching 12 children in red and green hurtle around him. Down on the pitch the quaffle was changing hands. The crowd was a low rolling sea. The day was cold. Then his broom bucked. His broom bucked the way a horse bucks at a wasp, only a horse weighs 500 kilos and a broom weighs 4. The broom went sideways. It went sideways at the speed of the wind. Harry, on the broom, gripped with his knees and brought himself back to center. The broom bucked again. In the slow space, with the broom in mid-buck, Harry looked along the broom's handle, into the wood, into the spellwork that ran down the shaft. The spellwork was hot. He had no other word for it. The spellwork was the cool steady glow of a working broom, and currently, against the cool steady glow, there was a hot interfering frequency running through the binding charms and starting to break them. The interfering frequency was not on the broom. The interfering frequency was being projected onto the broom, from somewhere in the stands. He let the slow space close. The broom bucked again. Harry, with the broom going through a series of motions designed to throw him off, did the calculation. He had two choices. The first choice was, come down. The first choice would, of course, end the game for him. The second choice was, stay up, and get rid of the jinx. To get rid of the jinx, he needed to find who was casting it. To find who was casting it, he had to look at the staff bench. In the slow space, on a bucking broom 300 feet above a pitch, Harry looked at the staff bench. Snape was looking up at him. Snape was muttering. Snape was not blinking. Quirrell was, at the same moment, also looking up at Harry. Quirrell was, also, muttering. Quirrell was not blinking. Harry let the slow space close. He let the broom buck. He let the slow space open again. He looked, in the still time, at Snape and at Quirrell. He looked at their wands. Snape's wand was in his lap, under the book, with 3 fingers curled around it. Quirrell's wand was in his lap, under his robe, with 3 fingers curled around it. Both men were performing the same charm. Both men were, in the slow space, projecting the same kind of energy at his broom. But, Snape's energy was, in color, the color of his slow space sense for hot, a clear dry countercurrent, and was wrapping itself around the cold rotten leaves smell that was Quirrell's energy. Snape was not jinxing Harry's broom. Snape was, in the slow space, undoing the jinx Quirrell was casting. Snape was protecting him. Harry, in the slow space, on a bucking broom 300 feet above a Quidditch pitch, considered the implications of this for approximately 3 of his own seconds. Snape did not like him. Snape, on every visible behavior in 2 months, had been doing Snape's level best to make Harry's life unpleasant. Snape was, apparently, trying to keep him alive. Snape was protecting him from Quirrell. Snape, therefore, had reason to know that Quirrell was the threat. Snape, therefore, had been on the 3rd floor on the night of the troll because Snape was, on his own initiative, defending whatever was on the 3rd floor against Quirrell, who had cast the troll as the distraction. Snape's leg had been bleeding because the 3-headed dog, of which Snape did not have the trick, had bitten him. Snape, who had been hostile, who had been cold, who had handed Harry 5 points the first day and not a point since, was, behind the public face Snape had decided to live behind, on Harry's side. Harry sat with this for 2 of his own seconds. He let the slow space close. The broom bucked. The slow space close meant Harry was, again, a small boy on a small broom in a high air, fighting off a thing the size of a horse. He thought, calmly, I cannot, in the slow space, sustain it long enough to see this through. I have to break the jinx some other way. He let the slow space close all the way down. He gripped the broom. He looked, in the corner of his eye, at his own friends in the stands. Hermione was standing. Hermione, in the stands, 200 feet from the staff bench, was holding a small jam jar in her hands, and was, with great brisk competent efficiency, doing something to the jam jar with her wand. Hermione had, in 2 months, taught herself the little blue flame charm she had read about in the standard textbook. The blue flames in the jar, Harry could see, had escaped the jar and were now traveling, in a small purposeful blue flicker, down the row of staff benches and onto the back of Snape's robe. Snape's robe caught alight. Snape, on the bench, looked down at his own robe. Snape, while looking down at his own robe, broke eye contact with Harry. Quirrell, 2 seats over, did not break eye contact with Harry. Harry, on the broom, in the absence of Snape's protection, began to fall. He had perhaps 2 seconds before the jinx threw him. He let the slow space go all the way open. The world stopped. He was, in the still air, hanging on a broom that was tilted at 20 degrees, with Quirrel's jinx half completed across its handle. He looked, in the still time, at Quirrel. Hermione, in the stands, was a still life of a girl with a very small, very satisfied set of her mouth, with the empty jam jar in her hands. Snape, on the staff bench, in the still time, was rising to his feet, and his face was the face of a man who has just realized he has been distracted by something he does not yet know is friendly fire. Quirrel, behind his turban, was muttering. Quirrel's lips, in the still time, were forming a particular word that Harry, who had read every spell book he could find, recognized as a hex. Quirrel's wand was at the angle that would, in another half-second of real time, release the hex. Harry, in the still time, did the obvious thing. He stepped sideways, out of the air, off the broom, and walked, in the still time, along the air, around the curve of the pitch, in the high cold sunshine, in the still air, all the way to the back of the staff bench, where he stood, briefly, behind Quirrel's left shoulder, in the still time, in the complete privacy of a still world, and gently, very gently, closed his hand around Quirrel's wand, and bent it, in his fingers, just enough to misalign it by 1 degree. Then he walked back along the air to his broom, sat down on it, gripped the handle, and let the slow space close. The world resumed. Quirrel's hex left the misaligned wand and went, harmlessly, 6 feet wide. The broom, no longer being jinxed, settled. Harry, on the broom, settled. In the same instant, his eye caught a flash of gold, 6 feet from his nose, hovering in front of the Slytherin goalposts. The snitch. He reached out his hand and caught it. He almost did not need the broom for this. The snitch, with the slow space half open, was not fast. Madame Hooch's whistle blew. The crowd erupted. The Gryffindor stands rose as a single mass and roared. Wood, on his broom, was halfway across the pitch toward Harry with both arms in the air. The Slytherin captain, on his broom, was making the precise face Harry had seen on Vernon when Vernon had been beaten at Monopoly by a 6-year-old. Harry came down to the grass slowly, with the snitch in his fist, with the slow space closing fully, with the broom under him as compliant as an old dog, and let his teammates pick him up and put him on their shoulders. In the staff bench, 50 yards off, Snape, having put out his own robe, was looking at Harry. The eyes, on him, were not reading what Harry now knew they were not reading. They were not hatred. They were, Harry would say later, in his ledger that night, the look of a man who has just seen a job he disliked done by a child who shouldn't have had to do it, and who is, against his own preferences, slightly proud. Quirrel, 2 seats over, was holding his wand and looking at it and turning it gently between his fingers as though trying to decide if it had betrayed him. Quirrel did not look at Harry. The cold thing in the back of Quirrel's skull, behind the turban, looked at Harry. Harry inclined his head, 1 degree, to the cold thing. The cold thing, against expectation, inclined back. Harry, on the shoulders of his teammates, did not change his face. He filed the moment. He filed it with care. In his ledger that night, in the dorm, with the curtains drawn and the wand under the pillow, by the light of a small charmed candle Hermione had, with great brisk competent efficiency, taught him to make from his fingernail, he wrote, Day 65. 1. Snape is not a friend, but he is an ally. Treat accordingly. 2. Quirrel, and the cold thing in the back of Quirrel's skull, are willing to attempt to murder me in front of 300 witnesses. The cold thing in the back of Quirrel's skull, on inclination, knows what I am. The cold thing in the back of Quirrel's skull may, in fact, be the closing parenthesis I have been promising myself. I had better learn to close it. 3. Hermione will set fire to a teacher to save me. Filed, under most precious. Filed, under cherish. 4. Ron will lock a troll in a bathroom on my say-so without asking why. Filed, under most precious. Filed, under cherish. 5. I walked along the air today. I had not, until today, known that I could walk along air. I have not yet found the limit of what the slow space can do. The proper response is not to discover the limit and stop, the proper response is to discover the limit and respect it. Iris note. 6. The third floor, the trapdoor, the three-headed dog, this is the case. Begin investigating. 7. I am 15 weeks into my first term. I have already, by my count, used the slow space in the presence of someone who saw it, Hermione, twice. The protocol of secrecy will not survive the year. Plan for this. He closed the ledger. He locked it. He put it under his pillow with the wand. There, said Iris, gently. Yes, Iris. That was good flying. I know. Don't get cocky. I won't. He slept. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Memory of Iris. Christmas at Hogwarts began, for Harry Potter, with the discovery that his name was on no one's list to go home for the holidays. McGonagall, in the corridor after Transfiguration, said, Mr. Potter, your aunt has written to inform the school that, owing to a previously arranged family obligation, she is unable to receive you over the Christmas period. The school will be pleased to have you with us. There will be approximately a dozen students staying over the break. Putting on Christmas Day is, I am told, considered a particular treat. Harry, who had not expected to be received at Privet Drive in any case, said, Thank you, Professor. McGonagall looked at him over the spectacles. The look was a longer look than the sentence had earned. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. If at any point in the holidays you find yourself wanting company, my office is on the third floor. The portrait of the small terrier is a Scottish terrier, and the password is Tartan. You may come at any reasonable hour. Harry, who had not been invited to a teacher's office in his life, did not change his face. Inside, in the slow space, he allowed a small private warmth. Thank you, Professor, he said. I appreciate it. She did not smile. She turned and walked away, in the dignified way of a woman who had said a kind thing in a corridor and proposed not to discuss it further. Hermione, on the train platform on the last day of term, with her trunk packed and her parents waiting in the car at the station and the snow on her hair, said, hand on his sleeve, I've left you the list. I want you to read it. All of it. I'll send a Christmas owl. Harry, I want you to find Flammel. Yes. Don't go through the trapdoor. No. Don't even go close to the third floor without telling me. All right. Promise. I promise. Hermione had looked at him for a long second, hand still on his sleeve, with the look of a girl who had decided to trust him with her parents' car keys and was unsure whether her parents would, in this case, be insurance enough. All right, she had said. I'm going home. All right. Have a good Christmas, Hermione. You as well, Harry. She had hugged him, very briefly, in the strange formal way of a girl who had not, on her own evidence, hugged a friend before, and gone to her parents' car. Ron, the day before, had departed for the Burrow with 3 of the Weasley brothers and Ginny in a flurry of red hair and shouting and a great deal of waved farewells. Harry, on the platform, with the snow on his eyelashes, watched both his friends go, and understood, in the slow space, that he was alone in the castle for the next 2 weeks for the first time since he had arrived in September. He decided, on the platform, that he was not going to spend the time being lonely. He was going to spend the time being useful. The list Hermione had left him was 3 pages long, in her precise small hand, and contained, in approximate order, 1. Every book in the library that mentioned Nicholas Flamel by name, with shelf marks and the relevant page numbers. 2. Every reference she had been able to find to a phenomenon called the Philosopher's Stone, including a particular passage from most Patendi potions that she had marked with a paperclip. 3. A list of the Hogwarts staff members, with brief notes on each, including a small marginal note next to Quirrel that read, and a small marginal note next to Dumbledore that read, scary, 4. A copy of the school's Christmas dinner schedule, on which Hermione had written, in red ink, "Eat properly." Harry had folded the list inside his copy of Hogwarts, a history, and had taken it back to Gryffindor Tower, where, with the common room fire burning and the snow falling against the windows and the castle settling into the small population of students and staff who would be at Hogwarts for the holidays, he had begun to plan. By Christmas Eve, Harry had read every book on Hermione's list. None of them mentioned Flamel by name in the index. 2 of them mentioned an alchemist who had achieved a philosopher's stone, which the books variously dated to the 14th or 15th century. The stone, the books agreed, was a substance that could turn base metal into gold and which produced an elixir of life that conferred immortality. The owner had been hounded, throughout his lifetime, by enthusiastic murderers, and had retired by the 17th century to a private estate in France, having, according to the marginal note in one of the books, been entrusted to the safekeeping of a great continental wizard of the same period. Reviewed his sketch map of the 3rd floor, on which the trapdoor and the 3-headed dog were marked, along with the spell signature he had detected on a small wooden door at the corridor's far end on the night he had first opened the corridor with a charm. The signature was old. The signature was, he had concluded after consulting 2 books on warding theory, the signature of a wizard who had laid the wards either personally or via a master of his craft, and the wizard was old enough to have been Dumbledore's age when he laid them. Confirmed, from the corridor outside Snape's office, that Snape had returned to the castle from the holiday week mainland visits 2 weeks early. Snape, on Hermione's list, had a marginal note that read, "Don't trust him." Harry had crossed out the question marks and written, "Provisional ally, see Quidditch." Composed, in his ledger, a working hypothesis: A. The stone is here. B. Flamel is alive, the elixir explains it. C. Flamel has, with Dumbledore's help, hidden the stone in Hogwarts on the assumption that Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain. D. The cold thing in the back of Quirrel's skull wants the stone. E. Quirrel, the cold thing, and Voldemort are, with high probability, the same operation. F. The stone restores Voldemort to a body. G. I cannot allow that. He had closed the ledger on Christmas Eve afternoon and gone, at McGonagall's standing invitation, to her office for tea. McGonagall's office was a small bright room with a fire and a Persian cat that, on Harry's entry, regarded him from the rug with the cool interest of a cat who suspected, on principle, that the boy was up to something. McGonagall served tea in 2 thin china cups and a plate of small ginger biscuits that she had, she said, baked herself, which Harry had not expected and which surprised him into a small smile he did not, in time, suppress. "Don't look so surprised, Mr. Potter." "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't realize you cooked." "I do many things you have not realized." He took a biscuit. The biscuit was very good. "Professor." May I ask a question?" "You may always ask." "I may not always answer." "Fair." Harry, in the slow space, half open, considered how to phrase it. Was Nicholas Flamel a friend of Professor Dumbledore's? McGonagall, who had been pouring the tea, did not pour outside the cup. McGonagall did not change her face. McGonagall set the teapot down. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." "I think you have asked the wrong professor." "Have I?" "Yes." "Should I ask Professor Dumbledore?" "You may." "Will he answer me?" McGonagall picked up her own cup. She took a careful sip. She set the cup down. "He may," she said, "answer you in the way professors answer 11-year-olds with too many questions, by giving you an answer that is true and which does not advance your understanding." "I see." "Mr. Potter, I am going to give you a piece of advice. You may take it or leave it, as you choose." "Yes, Professor." "Do not trespass on the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side. If you have any inclination, however small, to do so, resist it. The danger is real. The protections are sufficient. The matter is not yours. Harry, in the slow space, looked at her face. The face was the face of a woman who had been told to say a thing she did not, in entirety, believe, and who had decided to say it anyway, because she had been given a job to do. "Thank you, Professor. Do you understand me?" "I understand you, Professor." "Mr. Potter." "Yes. I don't believe for a moment that you intend to obey me." Harry, for a brief moment, allowed his face the small thing it had wanted to do, which was to acknowledge a teacher's directness with a piece of his own. "I will not, Professor, do anything stupid. That is not a promise to do nothing. It is the only promise I am able to make in good faith." McGonagall, against her own expression, did the thing her eyes had done over the needle in the first lesson, and over the boy on the broom catching the Remembrall, and over Hermione's small lie in the corridor outside the bathroom. Her eyes did the small kindness her mouth was not going to do. "Eat another biscuit, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, Professor." The cloak was on his bed on Christmas morning, folded neatly on top of the small pile of presents. There were 3 other presents. Hermione had sent a book, Beginner's Guide to Magical Theory by Cornelius Bobbin, which was a 1980s text that Hermione had inscribed on the flyleaf in her precise small hand. "I think you'll find this is the textbook Adelbert Waffling would have written if he were alive today. Don't outgrow me, Harry." Hermione. Ron had sent a knitted maroon jumper from his mother, with a note that said sorry about the color, Mom makes one for everyone, you're stuck with us now, Ron, and a small tin of homemade fudge. Hagrid had sent a slightly flattened wooden flute he had, on the accompanying note, carved himself. The cloak had no card. Harry, who had been raised on the principle that a thing without a card was a thing one had to identify, examined the cloak carefully in the slow space. The cloak was made of a fabric that, when he held it up, was not exactly fabric. It was lighter than fabric and, on close inspection, had the same kind of textural blur as the doorway of the leaky cauldron, a small distortion in perception that you only noticed if you were looking for it. He could see his own bedroom through the cloak when he held it up. Not all of it. Most of it. The cloak made a faint mist of the things behind it. "Run, Bear," said Iris, in the back of his head, in a voice that was, this morning, doing a particular note he had not yet heard her do, the note of a woman who had recognized an artifact she had not seen in a long time. "What is it?" Harry asked. "Try it on." He tried it on. In the small wall mirror in the dorm, his head sat in the air without a body. The body had vanished from the neck down. He flicked the cloak around himself and his head, also, vanished. The mirror reflected an empty dorm. There was a folded note inside the inner collar. He had missed it on the first inspection, which was, he noted, an embarrassment. He took the note out. The handwriting was not handwriting he had seen, and was, he was sure on the slow space's evidence, not a forgery. It said, simply, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." There was no signature. There was a small initial in the corner, in green ink, which was an A. Harry, in the dormitory, alone, on Christmas morning, in his father's invisibility cloak, sat down on the edge of the bed and was, for a moment, silent. The cloak was warm. It was warm with the warmth of a thing that had been folded and put away by a man who had, on the day he folded it, expected to put it on again. The warmth was not literal. The warmth was, in the slow space, in the wandpole sense Harry had developed over the autumn, the warmth of a thing that had a memory of being worn. He thought, very precisely, this was my father's. James Potter's. A man whom I have not, in the public record, met. He tried the thought of his father. It came to him without James Potter. It came to him with a different father, with darker hair and a kinder face and a mustache and a gun on his hip and a coat that smelled of pipe smoke. The man's name was Henry, the way one knows one's neighbor's name. Henry Allen. Harry sat with this for a moment. He ran a small fast catalogue. He, Harry Potter, 2 fathers. He had the man whose cloak was warm in his hand, whom he had not had the chance to know. He had the man whose coat had smelled of pipe smoke in a memory Harry, on his own life's record, did not have. He had not, until this moment, been able to say with a name who the man with the coat was. He had a name now. He took the cloak off. He folded it, neatly, on his lap. He opened his ledger. He wrote, in his small careful hand, Henry Allen. Father. Whose father? Iris's father-in-law. Forensics man. Imprisoned for 9 years. He stared at what he had written. He had not been told this. None of these facts had ever been told to him. He had recovered them on the back of holding a cloak that had belonged to a different father. The slow space, around him in the dormitory, opened on its own. It opened all the way. The world stopped. In the still dormitory, with the maroon jumper and the small tin of fudge and the wooden flute on the bed beside him and the cloak in his lap and the snow not falling outside the window, Iris stepped into the slow space and stood beside him. She had not been there before. She had been a voice. She had been, sometimes, a sense of warmth at his shoulder. She was, this morning, a person. She was a tall woman with dark hair and a yellow blouse and a careful kind face, and her hands were folded in front of her in the way of a woman who had decided not to touch her son until her son told her she could. "Bear," she said. "Iris. I'm here. You're here. You can see me. I can." She did not, in the slow space, sit beside him. She stood. She waited. The dormitory was very still around them. "How long?" Harry asked. "How long can we be like this?" "As long as you can hold the slow space open," she said. "How long is that?" "Today. Maybe a minute. We've been working up to today." He thought about the wall, and the troll, and the broom. "I can hold it longer if I have to." He waited. "Tell me. Tell me everything." The slow space, around them, did not close. She told him. She told him in the patient long-remembering cadence she had used for a decade in the back of his head, only with her face on, only with her hands moving. She told him about Central City, where Barry had grown up. She told him about the night Nora Allen had been killed by the man in the yellow lightning. She told him about Henry, going to prison for it. She told him about Joe West, who had taken Barry in, and who had been, for the rest of his childhood, his second father, and about herself, who had been, in that house, his sister, until the year they had stopped being his sister and became something else. She told him about Star Labs and the particle accelerator and the lightning, and about the speed force, which was not a thing that was inside Barry but a thing Barry had been allowed inside, about Eobard Thawne, who had killed Nora and who had spent 2 lifetimes trying to kill Barry, about the crisis, where Barry had run into the heart of an antimatter storm and held the storm steady long enough for the universe to survive, and about the thing the speed force had done, on the other side, with what was left of him. She told him all of it. Inside the slow space, in the dormitory, on Christmas morning, she told him all of it. Harry, sitting on the bed, with the cloak in his lap, listened. When she finished, the slow space was beginning, in his chest, to ache. He could not hold it much longer. He had been holding it for what was, on his own time, perhaps 15 minutes, on the world's time, less than a second. He said, "I died. As Barry. You died. And the speed force, what was left of you, found a soul on the other side that would carry it. And it found me, and I was, what? An infant. Lily and James Potter's son. You were a baby waiting to be born. The speed force put what was Barry into you, neatly, as a seed, with me as the gardener. I asked to come along. Afterwards, I was the only one of you who had not, the moment you died, gone on. I waited. They let me wait. Why? Because I asked. She said it simply. She said it the way one would say I made you a sandwich. She said it the way only a woman who had loved a man for half her own life and had not been ready to let him go would say it. Harry, in the slow space, on the edge of his bed, in his father's cloak, did the thing he had not let himself do in front of another person in his life. He put his face in his hands. He did not, exactly, cry. The crying was something he had unlearned at 4. He sat with his face in his hands and let his shoulders do, for one long-held moment, the small private rocking of a boy who has just been told who he is. Iris, in the slow space, did not touch him. She had said she would not until he asked. He did not, today, ask. She stood beside him and waited, the way a woman waits for her boy to understand a thing for himself. After a little while, he said, into his hands, Iris. Yes, Bear. Did Barry love me? Not yet. He would have. He didn't get the chance. Will I have the chance to love him? You already do. Harry let his hands down. He looked at her. He let her see his face, with no protocol, with no petunia in the kitchen, with no small blank he had built for the world. He let his face do whatever it wanted. She, in the slow space, allowed her own face the same. The slow space closed. The world resumed at its proper speed. In the dormitory, Harry was alone. The maroon jumper was warm on the bed where it had been. The cloak was warm in his lap. Iris was a voice in the back of his head again, and she was saying, in her dry warm cadence, Merry Christmas, Bear. Merry Christmas, Iris. He folded the cloak. He put it in his trunk. He took the cloak out again. He put it on. He took it off. He put it back in the trunk, on the top, where he could find it. He sat on the bed with his hands on his knees and did, on Christmas morning, in the dormitory at Hogwarts, the small careful work of being one continuous person. He thought, I am Harry Potter, who is Barry Allen's reincarnation, who carries Barry's memories, who is loved by Iris West, who is the son of James and Lily Potter, who is a wizard, who is also a speedster, who has friends, who has a school, who has a job to do. He thought, I am one boy. The categories are a way of describing me. They are not me. He thought, run, Bear, run. He stood up. He went down to Christmas dinner. Christmas dinner at Hogwarts was a long table with 12 crackers and 12 students, of whom 7 were Weasleys. Percy and the twins had not gone home, 3 were Hufflepuffs of indeterminate year, and 2 were Ravenclaws. Harry and the twins each pulled crackers on either side of Harry's place, and Harry's cracker, on opening, produced, besides a paper crown and a small toy mouse of indeterminate origin, a large, ornate set of wizarding chess. The chess pieces, on being set out, marched into formation and tried, in small high voices, to argue with each other about strategy. The twins thought this was the funniest thing they had ever seen. Harry, who had not played chess but had read 3 books on the subject in the library for the express purpose of being able to defend himself against Ron's ferocity at it, played his first game against Percy and, in 22 moves, won, on a position of which Percy had not, until the 17th move, suspected the trap. Percy, on losing, looked at him for a long second. Potter. Percival. That was, competent. Thank you. Where did you learn that endgame? I read a book. Recently? This morning. Percy did not, on consideration, ask further. Percy filed Harry into a category in Percy's head, which Harry filed Percy doing into a category in his own head, and the meal went on. After Christmas dinner Harry went up to the dormitory, took out the cloak, and, with the slow space half open and the corridors on his side, he went out to walk in the night. He did not, in the cloaked walk that night, intend to do anything in particular. He had, in his stomach, more food than he had eaten in any week of his previous life. He had, in his trunk, a father's cloak that worked. He had, in the back of his head, the woman with the yellow blouse who was also Iris West and who was also, possibly, his only other living family. He had walked, after pudding, simply for the pleasure of walking. The corridors at night, in a castle empty of children, were beautiful. He had walked, perhaps unconsciously, in the direction of the third-floor forbidden corridor. He had not gone in. He had walked past the forbidden door, with the slow space half open, and had run, in the slow space, a small examination of the corridor's spell signatures. The signatures had not changed since November. The wards were intact. The door was sealed. The trapdoor was, on the other side of the door, where it had been. He had walked on, simply walking. He had passed through 3 corridors of armor and 2 of moving portraits, and he had eventually, on the second floor, in a corridor he had not yet mapped, found a door he had not seen before, and he had opened it. Inside the door, in a long disused classroom, was a mirror. The mirror was very tall, in an ornate gold frame, with 2 clawed feet, on which was written, in an arch over the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry, who had grown up reading cereal box English backwards in his head as a private game, did the small fast cataloguing thing and read it, I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood in front of the mirror. The mirror did not show the long disused classroom. The mirror did not show, behind him, the line of dust-sheeted desks. The mirror did not, on first inspection, show him at all. The mirror showed a small bright kitchen. In the kitchen was a yellow blouse and a paring knife and a pumpkin half-carved. In the kitchen was a man in shirt-sleeves with a coffee cup and a wedding ring on the wrong hand. In the kitchen was a younger man, 27, with darker hair and a quick clever face that Harry, in the mirror, recognized as his own face if his own face were given 15 more years to grow into. In the kitchen, there was Harry. Harry as he was now, 11, in his pajamas and the cloak around his shoulders. Harry was standing beside the older man, beside Barry, and the older man's hand was on Harry's shoulder, and the older man, in the mirror, was looking at Harry with the smile of a man who had been told he had a son and had decided, on hearing it, that the news was the best news he had been given in his life. "Run, Bear," said Iris, from inside the mirror. "The hot chocolate's done." Harry, in the disused classroom, in his pajamas and the cloak, in front of the mirror of Eris, did not change his face on the outside. Inside, in the slow space, he sat down very carefully on the floor of his own mind and stayed there for a while. He did not know how long he stayed in front of the mirror. He estimated, when he came to the realization that he had been there too long, that he had been there at least an hour. The Hogwarts night was long. The candles in the disused classroom had burned a fraction of an inch each. The mirror, in front of him, did not change. It showed him Iris and Henry and Barry, and Joe, on the kitchen step, smiling at him, and Harry. It showed him the family he had never had. It showed him, also, very specifically, what the family looked like when it included him. It showed him, in passing, that his other parents, Lily and James, were not in this kitchen. He did not, on examination, hold this against the mirror. The mirror was honest. The mirror was showing him the face of the speed force in his chest, which was, today, brighter and louder than the face of the small wizarding boy who had not, until he was 11, known he had 2 parents who had loved him. He was, on the mirror's evidence, more Bear today than he was Harry. He held that thought up to the light. He decided, sitting on the floor of his own mind in the slow space in front of the mirror in the disused classroom, that this was acceptable for today, and that tomorrow, when he was less full of treacle pudding and Iris had stopped doing the particular cadence she was doing today, he would rebalance. He stood up. He pulled the cloak around him. He went back to Gryffindor Tower. He went back to the mirror the next night. He went back the night after that. On the 3rd night, when he stepped through the door, the mirror was not unattended. In the chair beside the mirror, in the dim of 2 candles, sat Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore was not, on the chair, doing anything. Dumbledore was, in his violet dressing gown, with his beard tucked into his sash, sitting. His half-moon spectacles caught the candlelight. His hands were folded in his lap. He was waiting. He had been waiting, Harry suspected, for an hour or more. Harry, in the doorway of the disused classroom, in his cloak, with the cloak rendering him invisible to all ordinary sight, stopped. "Back again, Harry," said Dumbledore, mildly, without looking at him. Harry, in the slow space, considered for half a second whether to lie and leave, and then decided, on the grounds that he had been raised by a man who lied for sport and had no intention of becoming the same kind of man, not to. He took off the cloak. "Yes, Professor," he said. "Come here, Harry." Harry crossed the room, in his pajamas and the cloak under his arm, and sat on the floor beside Dumbledore's chair. He did not, on principle, ask permission to sit. Dumbledore did not, on principle, give it. "So," said Dumbledore, "you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the delights of the Mirror of Erist." "Yes, Professor. I trust by now you have realized what it does. It shows a person his heart's desire. It shows us what we want, no more no less. And humans, my dear boy, have a knack of choosing precisely the things that are worst for them. The mirror has driven men mad. You will return, perhaps, to find that it shows you nothing. You will return and find that it is gone. I have, for tomorrow, a different home for it." Harry sat with this. He did not, in the slow space, allow his face to do the thing it wanted to do, which was to argue. Instead he said, quietly, "Sir." "Yes, my boy. May I ask you a question?" "You may." "What do you see when you look in the mirror?" There was a small silence in the disused classroom. Dumbledore, in the slow space, which had, on its own again, opened on the threshold of this conversation, took a long, careful breath. The half-moon spectacles caught the candlelight again as Dumbledore turned his head, fractionally, away from Harry. "I," said Dumbledore. "I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have enough socks. Another Christmas has come and gone and I did not get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books." Harry, in the slow space, with the smell of cold rotted leaves not in this room but with a different smell, a deeper smell, the smell of old smoke long absorbed into wood, sat with what Dumbledore had just said and ran the obvious analysis. The sentence had been a lie. The sentence had been a beautiful, well-tooled, kindly lie, the kind of lie a man rehearses for use with a child. The lie was not malicious. The lie was, on Harry's reading, the kind of lie a man tells when the truth would harm the boy more than the lie would. Harry, in the slow space, did the thing he had been learning, all term, to do in conversation with adults. He held the lie for one long moment and decided what to do with it. He decided, for tonight, to give it back. "Of course, sir," he said. "Socks. Thank you." Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles did, in the candlelight, something very like a wince. The wince was very small. The wince was a man who, having just lied to a boy, had been called gently on the lie, and who was, on the calling, both relieved and ashamed. "Harry." "Yes, sir. It does not do well to dwell on dreams and forget to live, remember that. Now, why don't you put that admirable cloak back on and get off to bed?" "Yes, sir." Harry stood. He shook out the cloak. He did not, on principle, leave without saying the small thing he had decided to say. "Sir." "Yes." "My father's cloak." "Yes." "Thank you for it." Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles, in the candlelight, did the small wince again. "I did not say that I sent you the cloak, my boy." "You didn't," Harry agreed, "but you did. Good night, sir." He pulled on the cloak and left. In the corridor, on the way back to Gryffindor Tower, Iris, in his head, was very quiet for a long time. Then she said, mildly, "He doesn't quite know what to make of you, Bear. I noticed. He's not sure if you're a child to be protected, or a soldier he's been training since you were a baby, or a problem he doesn't yet know the shape of. I noticed that too. What did you decide?" I decided he can be all three. He'll work out the priorities. So will I. She allowed herself, in his head, a small dry warmth. You've changed since Christmas morning, Bear. I know. You're more comfortable being all of you at once. I think so. I'm proud of you. I know. Don't get cocky. I won't. In the dormitory, after midnight, with the curtains drawn and the candle Hermione had taught him lit on his pillow and the cloak folded at the foot of the bed, Harry took out the ledger. He wrote, in his careful small hand, Day 121. 1. The thing Hermione asked me to do. Flamel, confirmed. The stone is here. The stone is on the 3rd floor. The stone is being protected by, I now know, at least Snape, McGonagall, Sprout. I noticed the herbology aerogel by the door, Flitwick. I noticed the charm signature on the 2nd-tier ward, and Dumbledore. Quirrell is the threat. The cold thing in the back of Quirrell's skull is the thing that will, on the cold thing's behalf, make the attempt. 2. Iris is my mother. Not Lily. Lily was my mother. I have 2 mothers. The one in my head is the one I have been able to talk to, and she is the one who has loved me for the 11 years no other adult has, and I am, on careful inspection, willing to call her mother in the privacy of my own ledger. I have not said the word aloud. Will I, ever, to her? Yes. When? When I am able. 3. Barry was a person. Barry was a forensic scientist who was struck by lightning and was, for a while, a hero in a city I could now find on a Muggle map of the United States. Barry died running in a crisis I do not yet know how to describe. I have his memories, which are returning in pieces. I have his speed force, which the wand and the slow space have, this term, allowed me to reawaken. I have, also, his enemy, Eobard Thawne, somewhere, somewhen. Not now, not yet. Filed for later. 4. Dumbledore lied to me tonight about what he saw in the mirror. He was kind in the lie. He is, on the available data, the most powerful wizard alive, the headmaster of this school, the friend of Nicholas Flamel, the architect of the stone's protection, and a man who is, on every line of his mouth and the small involuntary motions of his hands when he speaks, very tired. Tired men make mistakes. I do not mean to make my career on his mistakes, I mean to be useful to him, where I can, and to be honest with him, where I can. But I will not be his pawn. I am his colleague, even if neither of us has yet said so. Filed, be patient with the man. 5. The mirror showed me the family I never had. The mirror is a thing that will drive men mad. The mirror is not a thing for me. I will not, on any future opportunity, return to the mirror. My family is the one I am building. Iris, agreed. 6. The cloak is my father's. James Potter's. It is, on the slow space examination, an artifact of considerable age and considerable craft. It is one of 3 known artifacts of its kind. Flamel, not the only old wizard with secrets. 7. There are 6 months of school left. Quirrell will move on the stone before the end of the year. He has to. He cannot leave Dumbledore in the same building as the stone forever. The attempt will come before June. I had better be ready. He closed the ledger. He locked it. He put it under the pillow with the wand. He extinguished the small candle Hermione had taught him. In the dark, in the warm bed, with the cloak folded at his feet and the wand under his pillow and Iris very quietly humming in the back of his head a song he did not recognize but which his bones did, Harry slept. The ledger had grown by 7 entries today. The category of things to tell no one had grown by 7 entries also. The category of things to tell Hermione, in the spring, in good time, with a plan to act on the telling, had grown by 1 entry, which read, simply, tell her about the stone. Bear, said Iris, in her quiet humming, sleep. Sleeping, Harry said. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The mirror chamber the last week of May at Hogwarts was a slow-rolling fever of examinations. Harry, in the slow space, with Adalbert waffling and Cornelius bobbing and the entire 7-year curriculum filed in his head in alphabetical order, sat through them at the speed of an ordinary cleverish first year, because turning in a charms practical in 8 seconds when the rest of his year was struggling at 20 minutes was not, on the agreed protocol with Hermione, the kind of attention he wanted. He turned in his charms practical at 23 minutes. He turned in his transfiguration at 28. He turned in his potions at the bell. McGonagall, when his transfiguration paper crossed her desk, gave him a long look that did not, on any visible feature, betray that he had answered every question correctly and most of them in the form they would have been asked in his 5th year OWL, but the look said it. Snape, when his potions paper crossed Snape's desk, gave him a longer look. Snape said, in the cold sneer he had not put down since November, "How fascinating, Potter." Harry, mildly, said, "Professor." He did not, by now, take Snape's sneer at anything like face value. The sneer, he had concluded over the spring, was a public-facing instrument that Snape kept in good repair the way a man keeps a useful tool in good repair, oiled, sharpened, pointed at all the right people. The potions paper, on its merits, would, Harry suspected, get him a high O on whatever the ministry equivalent grading scale was, and Snape would not say so, because saying so was not Snape's job. Harry left the potions classroom, and went out, in the long late May twilight, to find Hermione and Ron on the lawn by the lake, where Ron had put a great deal of his afternoon's effort into pretending to revise for history of magic and a great deal more into eating chocolate frogs. "Well," said Hermione, the moment he sat down on the grass. "Well, what? How was it?" "Fine. Fine. Fine." "Harry." "Hermione. Don't be modest. You either failed it spectacularly, in which case I will kill you, or you got 100%, in which case Snape is going to be in a foul mood for a week, and we should plan accordingly." "The latter," Harry admitted. "Good." Hermione, on the grass, in her summer robes, with a textbook spread across her lap, reached over and broke off a corner of Ron's chocolate frog without looking at it. Ron did not protest. Ron had, somewhere in the spring, accepted, with the meek acquiescence of a younger brother, that Hermione had a kind of moral easement on his food. Harry, lying on his back in the grass, with the sun warm on his face and his cloak in his trunk and his wand in his pocket and his ledger between his shoulder blades, said, "We need to go down tonight." There was a small silence on the grass. "Down," said Hermione. "The trapdoor." "Tonight. Quirrell will move tonight. Possibly tomorrow, but tonight is more likely." "Why?" said Ron. Harry sat up. He looked at them both. Hermione had set down her chocolate frog corner and was, in the slow space, sitting in the still time with her eyes already calculating. Ron was, in the still time, simply looking at him with the trust of a boy who had, in November, seen Harry walk through a troll, and had decided, on the available evidence, that Harry was the kind of friend you went down trapdoors with. "Because," Harry said, in the resumed time, "Dumbledore left this morning. The ministry called him to London on what he believed was urgent business, although the urgency was, on my reading, fabricated by an owl that was not Hogwarts. With Dumbledore out of the castle, the 3rd floor's strongest protection is gone. Quirrell will go down tonight, because he will not get a better window. We have, on a generous estimate, about 6 hours. Why doesn't McGonagall?" Ron began. "Hermione is going to McGonagall now." Hermione, who had been about to say so, closed her mouth. "You are," Harry said, mildly. "You're going to the staff room and you're going to find McGonagall, and you're going to tell her, very calmly, that someone is going to attempt to steal the stone tonight. You are going to repeat this until she takes it seriously. If she takes it seriously, she will go down to the 3rd floor, and Quirrell, who is afraid of her, may decide not to attempt it, in which case our problem is deferred. If she does not take it seriously, and Hermione, she will not, because the protections were laid by Dumbledore, and adults cannot, on the whole, imagine that Dumbledore's protections will fail when Dumbledore leaves the building, then Ron and I will go down without you, and you will follow when you have done what you can with McGonagall. Harry, I want you safer than I want me, on this. And I need you to do the thing I am asking, because the thing I am asking is the thing that is most likely to actually save the stone. I am asking it of you because you will do it correctly. Yes. Hermione, whose face had been doing a small private negotiation between several Hermiones, settled on the briskly competent one and stood up. Yes, she said. All right. McGonagall first. Then I follow. Don't be heroes. Don't be dead. Done. Promise. I promise. She went, briskly, in her summer robes, across the lawn toward the castle. Harry watched her go, and turned to Ron. You don't have to come, he said. Ron, in the grass, broke off another piece of chocolate frog and ate it. Ron, having eaten it, said, Are you mental? Of course I'm coming. It will be dangerous. Yeah. I figured. Ron. Mate. Ron. If we get into a fix where I have to use the speed in front of you, and I do something I can't undo, you have to promise me you will not, after the fact, hate me for it. Ron looked at him. Ron, whose freckled face had, over the year, become a face Harry knew the way you know your own hand, did the thing Ron's face did when Ron was trying to say a serious thing without sounding stupid. Harry. Yeah. Whatever you do tonight, Ron said, I'll have done it with you. Harry, in the grass, in the May twilight, in the long warm sun on his face, allowed his face the small thing it wanted to do, and let Ron see it. All right, he said. Pudding first. Pudding first, Ron agreed. McGonagall, on Hermione's report after dinner, did not believe. McGonagall took the report seriously enough to confirm that she would walk past the third-floor corridor on her evening rounds. McGonagall did not, on Hermione's flushed insistence, accept that Quirrell, of all people, was the threat. McGonagall did the thing senior teachers do, which was to thank Hermione for the report, to set Hermione's worry against the framework of the protections as a system, and to send Hermione politely but firmly back to Gryffindor Tower. Hermione, in the corridor outside the staff room, did not weep with frustration. Hermione composed her face. Hermione walked, briskly, toward Gryffindor Tower for the express purpose of being seen on her way there by Filch and by the Bloody Baron, and then peeled off, in the corridor at the bottom of the moving staircase, into the small alcove in which she had agreed, in advance, with Harry that she would wait. Harry and Ron, at 8:50, came down the moving staircase under Harry's father's invisibility cloak, which on Harry alone was a tent of fabric and on Harry and Ron was a snug thing with feet that needed coordinating. She didn't, Hermione said, the moment they came near. She didn't, Harry agreed. Come. They climbed under the cloak. They moved, cautiously, the three of them, up to the third floor. The corridor was empty. The door at the end was closed. The wards, on Harry's slow space inspection, were intact. It's not been opened tonight, Ron whispered. He hasn't gone yet, Harry said. Or he has and he's already passed the door and the door has resealed behind him. Both are possible. Let's check. He did the small thing with the lock he had been practicing all term, Allohammer, which was Hermione's preferred method, and his Speed Force vibrational unlatching, which was his, and the door clicked. Inside was the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog was sitting on its haunches on the trapdoor, drooling lavishly, in three matched streams. Beside the dog, on the floor, was a small wooden harp which was, on careful inspection, playing itself. Ron made a small wet noise. Quirrell beat us here, Harry said, calmly. He left the harp playing. Music puts the dog to sleep. Hagrid told me, in passing, last week. Quirrell got it from Hagrid in the village pub, which was arranged for that purpose. Right, said Ron, who was, on his face, doing a quiet reckoning of the size of the dog versus the size of Ron, and was not enjoying the calculation. "The dog will not wake," Harry said. "The harp will play out the rest of its charm. Come on." He pushed the dog's third paw, very gently, off the trapdoor. He opened the trapdoor. He looked down. He could not see the bottom. "I'll go first," he said. "If something at the bottom kills me, don't," said Hermione. "You go straight to the staff room and you don't come down. Both of you. Not Ron. Not you, Hermione. McGonagall, then Snape if McGonagall is gone. Snape is on our side. Trust me." "Snape," said Ron, weakly. "Trust me." "Yes. Yes," they said, together. Harry dropped through the trapdoor. He fell. He fell at the speed at which he was, in the slow space, falling, which was not particularly fast. He looked at the walls of the shaft as they passed, made an estimate of the depth, allowed himself, on landing, to land on something soft, and landed on something soft. The something soft thrashed. The something soft was Devil's Snare, which Hermione had, in her preparation that afternoon, made Harry recite the standard reference for. He was already, in the slow space, twisting away from the tendrils. "It's Devil's Snare," he shouted up the shaft. "Sun, Hermione, sun. Bluebell flames." Hermione's voice, 3 stories above, "I know, Harry, hold on." She came down with a small careful jet of bluebell flames already in her wand. She fell into Harry's arms. Ron came after her, more bumpy. The Devil's Snare, in the bluebell light, recoiled and dropped them all. They went on. In the next chamber, at the height of the room, were keys. Hundreds of keys, with wings. Brass keys, copper keys, silver keys, iron keys. The keys were, on close watching, of every shape and pattern, and were doing a slow lazy circular flight around the chamber. At the far end of the chamber was a door. The door was locked. Hanging from a hook by the door were 3 broomsticks. Harry slowed himself down. In the slow space, the keys in flight became, instead of a swarm, a series of distinct objects with distinct trajectories. Each had, on careful inspection, a particular flight. The keys were not, for all their wings, precisely random, their patterns were the patterns of insects in lazy weather, which is to say, the patterns of small things obeying small rules. He picked them out one at a time and looked at their shapes. He found, near the ceiling, a key with a bent wing, which would have been the key Quirrel, on the way down, had recognized, used, and dropped back into the swarm, because Quirrel, he understood, was a careful man and would not have left a key on the floor for him to identify on the way down. The key with the bent wing, on Harry's inspection, also matched the keyhole of the door at the end of the chamber. He let the slow space go all the way open. He stepped into the air. In the still time, with the keys arranged like flecks of tinsel against a starless ceiling, he walked along the air to the bent-winged key, picked it gently out of the swarm, walked the key down to the door, and put it in the lock. He turned the lock. He let the slow space close. Hermione and Ron, behind him, were still in the act of looking up at the ceiling. "Harry, how did you? I'll explain later. Come on." They went on. The next chamber was the chess. The chess board was stretched across a great chamber with chest-high pieces of black and white stone. On the far side, at the back rank, was a door. The pieces moved, in the chamber, with the heavy patience of things that had been carved out of mountains. As the 3 of them stepped onto the board, the pieces along the back of the board, at the far end, took up positions to block their crossing. Ron, who had been quiet up to now, whistled softly. "Now," Ron said. This I can do." Harry, who had read 3 books on chess, looked at Ron. Ron's freckled face was doing the one expression Ron's face was capable of doing that nothing else in Ron's life called for. It was the expression of a boy who had been, all his life, the second best at everything except this one thing. Ron's eyes, on the chessboard, were not the eyes of an 11-year-old. Ron. Yeah. You command. We follow. Right. Harry took the bishop. Hermione took the rook. Ron, after a moment of sober consideration, took the knight. The game began. Harry, who had read 3 books on chess, watched the game with the quiet, unobserved respect of a man who realizes he has been, all year, the second best of his peers at one of his peers' particular things. Ron, on the knight, played the white side as though he had been waiting all his 11 years to play exactly this game. The game took perhaps 12 minutes. Toward the end, Ron, on the knight, said, in a small careful voice that was, for Ron, the voice of a boy stepping into a hard cold pool, "This is the only way." Hermione, on the rook, "Ron, it's a sacrifice. The knight gets taken, and then, Harry, you take the queen. Then you've got him in 3. There's no other line." Harry, in the slow space, ran the position. Ron was right. Ron was right because Ron had, in the slow space and in the ordinary space alike, a chess mind that Harry, with the slow space all the way open, could run a depth of 6 on but not a depth of 7. Ron, on this board, with the white knight at his command, could see a depth of 9. Ron. Mate. You will not die. I will not let you die. Ron, on the knight, did the thing his face had done in the corridor outside the troll's bathroom. Ron's freckled face went very serious. It's not a real death, Harry. The pieces are stone. I'll get knocked out, that's all. Hermione, see to me. Then the 2 of you go on. Ron, said Hermione. Don't make me say it twice, Granger. The White Queen, when Ron's knight took her standing place, brought her stone arm down across Ron's stone shoulder with the speed and weight of a stone arm. Ron's stone knight shattered. The boy on the knight, in the moment of the impact, was not on the knight. In the slow space, in a fraction Harry would not have managed in October. Harry had stepped sideways off the bishop, had crossed the board at a speed that was not, even at this point, ordinary, and had picked Ron off his knight in the half-instant before the queen's arm had reached him. The arm broke the stone knight. The boy was not in the saddle. Harry let the slow space close. Ron, in his arms, made a small wet noise of confusion. What, Harry, how, Hermione? Heal him. The plan was the plan. The plan is now, I take the queen with the bishop on Ron's word, you treat Ron's grazes, I go on alone. Hermione, on the floor of the chess chamber, with Ron in her arms, had, in the slow space, already pulled the small medical pouch from her pocket. Hermione knew the chest of the pouch by feel. Hermione, in the spring, had spent 4 evenings in the library teaching herself basic battlefield healing, on the principle that the boy she was friends with had a habit of bleeding on the carpets and that someone in the friendship needed to be the one with the bandages. Go, she said. Go, Harry, go. Stop him. Harry took the queen. The board cleared. The door at the back rank opened. Harry, with the slow space half open in his lungs already breathing hard, went on. The next chamber stank of troll. The troll, on the floor of the next chamber, was already unconscious. Quirrel had taken it down on the way through, and Harry, who did not propose to confirm the diagnosis with his foot, walked carefully around it. The next chamber was potions. Harry, in the center of the stone room, with 7 small bottles arrayed on the table and a riddle on a parchment, slowed himself down enough to read the riddle and, in approximately 3 seconds of his own time, work out which 2 bottles were the one to go forward and the one to go back. He drank the one to go forward. The flames that had filled the doorway ahead of him cooled, and he passed through. He did not, by this point in the night, propose to be impressed by anything that was not a person. The chamber after the flames was the chamber of the mirror. Quirrel was at the mirror. Quirrel was, from behind, exactly what Quirrel looked like in a classroom, which was a thin, shabby, faintly trembling man in a robe that did not fit. Quirrel's turban was off. Quirrel's hair was a mat of fine pale hair that had been long unwashed and had been compressed flat by the turban. Quirrel, at the mirror, was muttering. The mirror, in this chamber, was the mirror of Erist. The mirror Dumbledore had moved. Of course the mirror was here, Harry thought. Of course Dumbledore had not destroyed it. Of course Dumbledore had, in his peculiar quiet way, made the mirror itself the final guard on the stone. Harry stepped into the chamber. Quirrel, at the mirror, did not turn. "Potter," said Quirrel, mildly. The stutter was gone. The voice was a clean dry voice that Harry had not heard before, and yet which was, in its cadence, slightly familiar, the cadence, perhaps, of a very intelligent young man who had, at some point in his career, won prizes for Latin. "I wondered whether you would come." "Hello, Professor. Your friend. The Granger girl. She is upstairs being brave at the McGonagall woman, I take it." "Probably. And your other friend, the Weasley?" "Wounded but alive, in the chest chamber." Quirrel, at the mirror, spoke into it without looking at Harry. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master. But where is the stone?" Harry, in the slow space, ran a quick cataloguing of the chamber. The mirror. The faint smell, in the room, that he had now, a year on, classified as the smell of the cold thing in the back of Quirrel's skull. The 2 doors. The small high-vaulted ceiling. The 7 candles in their iron holders, 3 of which were guttering in a pattern that suggested, subtly, that something incorporeal was, in the chamber, breathing. He let the slow space close. "Professor. You won't get it from the mirror by wanting to use it." Quirrel turned, fractionally, and looked at him with one eye. "You've been here," Quirrel said. "Of course. The cloak. You came at Christmas. You stood in front of it for hours. What did you see, Potter?" Harry, in the slow space, thought about this. The honest answer was, "I saw my dead family. I saw the family I have been remembering, in pieces, for a decade. I saw Iris and Henry and Joe and Barry and a kitchen." He decided that the honest answer was not a thing to give to Quirrel. He said, mildly, "I saw that you were going to make a mistake tonight, Professor." There was a short silence. Quirrel, at the mirror, very slowly turned the rest of the way. The back of Quirrel's head was, in the candlelight, a wrong shape. The wrongness was, Harry forced himself to look, a face. There was a face on the back of Quirrel's head. The face was thin, white, snake-like, the eyes were red, and the slit nostrils were where a nose ought to be. The face was speaking. The face had, in the room, a low cold voice that was not Quirrel's voice and that was, in the slow space, exactly the cold rotted leaves smell Harry had filed in the leaky cauldron. "He lies," the face hissed. "Use the boy. Use the boy. Master, no, use him." Quirrel, in a single quick motion that was meant to be too fast for Harry to react to, lifted his wand at Harry. Harry let the slow space go all the way open. The world stopped. In the still chamber, Quirrel was a frozen man with a wand half raised and a face on the back of his skull and a small bead of sweat on his temple. The face on the back of Quirrel's skull was a still life of malice. Every candle in the room was a still flame, pointing in the slow space at the angle of its own gutter. Harry walked, in the still time, around Quirrel and stood, briefly, in front of the mirror of Erist. He looked into it. He looked into the mirror in the slow space, with the mirror magic running at the same speed as his perception, with the speed force in his chest more open than it had been since Christmas, with Iris very close, with the cloak in his pocket and the wand in his hand and his friends upstairs alive, with his face composed and his breath even. The mirror did not show him a kitchen. The mirror showed him himself, standing in front of the mirror, with a small red stone in his pocket. The image Harry, in the mirror, took the stone out of the pocket, held it up to the candlelight, smiled at Harry, and dropped the stone back in his pocket. As the image Harry dropped the stone back in his pocket, Harry felt, in the lining of his own pocket, against the side of his own thigh, a small heavy weight that had not been there a moment ago. The mirror, on Dumbledore's careful provision, gave the stone to the only person who would not use it. He had wanted to find but not to use. The desire had been honest. The mirror had honored the honesty. In the still time, in the slow space, with Quirrel's wand half raised and the chamber still around him, Harry, with the stone in his pocket, considered his next step. He could leave. He could simply leave the chamber, in the still time, walk back through the trapdoor route, take the stone to McGonagall, and let the adults handle Quirrel. The plan was, on the face of it, the safe plan. The plan had, on inspection, two problems. The first problem was that Quirrel, when the slow space closed, would still have a wand and he would still be aimed at Harry. If Harry walked away and Quirrel came after him in real time, the chase would end somewhere, and it would not, on the open route, end in a place where the consequences were Harry's to choose. The second problem was that the cold thing on the back of Quirrel's skull was, on the slow space's evidence, the closing parenthesis Harry had identified on the train in September. The thing Harry was, on a careful examination of his life, for. The thing he was, by inheritance from Barry, perhaps the only person in this castle equipped to terminate. He thought, very precisely, Iris. She came, in the slow space, instantly. Bear. He's standing right there. He's vulnerable. I can do this now. You can. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're not wrong. Tell me what I have to be, to do this. You have to be Bear, she said, gently. Not Barry. Bear is the boy who is, today, ready. Bear is the boy who has friends and a school and a job. Bear has not yet earned the suit. Bear has not yet decided to be the man with the wedding ring. Bear can do hard things tonight without becoming the kind of person who has to do hard things. Did Barry know, at the start, that he wouldn't become the kind of person who had to do hard things? He did. That was the thing about Barry. He did the hard things and he stayed Barry. I want to be Barry, then. You're Bear. You're a different person. You'll be different. But you'll keep him. I love you. I love you, Bear. The slow space, around him, was beginning to ache in his ribs. He had been holding it open for a long time. He had perhaps 2 seconds of his own time left, in the chamber, in the still room. He used the seconds. He walked, in the still time, to Quirrel, and, with the slow space all the way open, vibrated his fingertips at the precise frequency at which the speed force, on the slow space's evidence, would ride into a body and not through it. He laid his open hand, vibrating, against Quirrel's cheek, just below the temple, on the side that did not carry the second face. He let the slow space close. The world resumed. The first thing that happened was that Quirrel screamed. The scream was not a small scream. The scream was a long, high, full-chested scream that was, in its first half, Quirinus Quirrel's voice, and in its second half, the voice of the cold thing on the back of his head, and the two voices together did not, in any way Harry's hearing could parse, harmonize. Quirrel's cheek, beneath Harry's fingertips, did not heat. Quirrel's cheek crumbled. The skin, where Harry's fingertips touched, became a small dust that fell away from the bone, and the bone, beneath, became a small dust that fell away from itself. Quirrel, on the cheek, was a small open ash. Quirrel tried to pull away. Harry, with the speed force in the wand and the wand in his hand, did not let him. Harry brought his other hand up. Harry laid his other hand on Quirrel's collarbone, vibrating. The collarbone crumbled. The cold thing on the back of Quirrel's skull screamed in a pitch the human throat could not, on Harry's careful Adalbert waffling reading of the magical body, produce. The cold thing began to peel out of Quirrel's body. It came out of his back like steam off hot water. It came out as a long, thin, pale shape with red eyes and a face that was not, at any moment, the face Quirrel had been wearing. Potter, the shape screamed. Voldemort, Harry said. You, the shape lunged. The shape had no wand and no body and was, on the slow space's evidence, no longer in the chamber so much as it was attempting to occupy the chamber. The shape threw itself at Harry, the way a wraith might throw itself at a man for the express purpose of inhabiting him. Harry let the slow space half open. In the half-slow, with the shape midair, with Quirrell's body now collapsing to the chamber floor in 3 approximately equal pieces of unmade matter, Harry did the thing he had been working out in his head for the last 3 months. He did not duck. He did not run. He did not raise a defensive shield, because no defensive shield he had read about would, on the merits, work against a wraith. He raised, instead, the wand. He pointed the wand at his own forehead, at the lightning scar. I am, he said, calmly, a body. The speed force is, in me, awake. There is a relay in this scar. If you come into the scar, you come into the relay. Come into the relay and you are mine. The wraith, in midair, hung for a moment. The wraith, in midair, hesitated. The wraith, on Harry's slow space reading, did the only thing a man composed of wanting could do when faced with the chance of a body it could not safely take, it reconsidered. Coward, Harry said, in a voice that surprised him by being warm. You are afraid of me. After 11 years. Of an 11-year-old. The wraith, in midair, screamed once more, in the thin high pitch of a thing that has, in its long career of murder, not been told no by anyone its own size for 60 years. Then it broke, in midair, into the long thin shape of a smoke-colored snake, and it turned, in midair, and it fled. It went out of the chamber in a streak of cold rotten air. It went up the shaft. It went out of the 3rd-floor corridor. It went out of the castle, on Harry's slow space tracking, in a long dark line that traveled, at a speed that surprised him, southward over the lake and out of the wards and over the mountains and into the continent, where Harry, watching it in the slow space, lost the trail. He let the slow space close. The chamber was very quiet. On the floor, in 3 pieces, was what was left of Quirinus Quirrell. Harry, who had not been raised on the principle that a body was a thing one looked away from, looked. Quirrell had not been a kind man. Quirrell had not been, on Harry's full year of evidence, a man who had retained any remaining principle of his own. Quirrell had been, by the time Harry had met him, already a man who had let a thing live in the back of his head in exchange for a piece of his own immortality, and the exchange had, on the slow space's testimony, gone exactly as exchanges with that thing on the head did. Quirrell had not been, when Harry's hand had touched his cheek, in any sense Harry could maintain in his own ledger, a person who had been alive for some time. That was the framework on which Harry had been operating when he had touched the cheek. It was, he understood now, a framework. The framework was not the same as the truth. The truth was that Quirrell had been a man, once, with a mother. The truth was that Harry had killed him. Harry sat down on the chamber floor, beside the 3 pieces, and put his head in his hands. This was not, in the conscious part of him, a planned move. The slow space, around him, was loose and aching and his body was, on his own diagnostic, more tired than it had been. He had used the speed in long bursts 6 times in one evening. He had, by his conservative count, lost 4 pounds tonight. His hands were shaking. He sat with his head in his hands for what was, on the chamber's clock, perhaps 20 seconds. Iris, in his head, did not speak. She did not, this time, speak. She was there. She did not, today, tell him he had done the right thing. She did not, today, tell him he had not done the right thing. She was, in his head, the warm hand of a mother on the back of a son's neck while the son understood, for the first time, what he was. Bear, she said, after a moment. I know. You did what you came to do. I know. It does not stop hurting. I know. It will not stop hurting. You were not raised by people who lied to you about what it costs. Your father and your mother and Joe and I did not lie to you about what it costs. You will not, when you go home, lie to yourself about it. I know, Iris. You, said Iris, on the very small private warmth at the back of his skull, are exactly who I hoped you would be. Harry, on the chamber floor, beside the three pieces, kept his face in his hands for a few seconds longer. Then he stood up. The wraith was gone. The stone was in his pocket. The night was, on the chamber's evidence, far from over. Hermione and Ron were upstairs. He had work to do. He turned to leave. The chamber, in the moment of his turning, was full of light. The light was the light of a single tall figure in a violet robe, who had just appeared, in the chamber, in the way of a man who knew the chamber better than its architect. Albus Dumbledore was 3 feet away from him. Albus Dumbledore had, Harry's slow space told him, been in the chamber for perhaps 6 seconds longer than Harry's slow space had registered, which suggested that Albus Dumbledore was, on the available evidence, capable of slow space travel of his own. Albus Dumbledore looked at Harry. Albus Dumbledore looked at the 3 pieces on the floor. Albus Dumbledore looked at Harry again. Sir, said Harry. Harry, said Dumbledore. He fled. The wraith. He went south. I lost him over the Pyrenees. I know. You came back. I read the owl on the train south, my boy. The ministry, on inspection, did not need me. I came back the moment I realized. I was, on arriving, very fast, but you, on the available evidence, were faster. Sir. Yes, Harry. I killed him. Quirrel. Yes. I had a choice. You did. Harry stood with this in the chamber, beside the 3 pieces, with the stone in his pocket and the wand in his hand and the slow space, in him, finally closing all the way for the first time in a long evening, and he did not, on the merits, know what to say. Dumbledore reached out a hand. Dumbledore's hand was, in the candlelight, an old kind hand. Dumbledore laid his hand on Harry's shoulder. Come, my boy. Sir. Yes. He'll come back. The wraith. He's not gone. I know. You knew that this year. I did. I had hoped, but I knew. He had to come for the stone before the stone could be moved, and he could only come, in this state, through a host. Sir. Yes, my boy. I would prefer, Harry said, in a voice that surprised him by being even, if next year you told me, in advance, what you knew. I will not interfere with your decisions if you don't ask me to. I will, on every available examination, be a more useful colleague to you if I am informed. Dumbledore did not move. The hand on Harry's shoulder did not move. In the half-dark, Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles caught the candlelight, and Dumbledore, who had spent 11 years arranging for the boy in front of him to be the boy in front of him, did the thing his eyes had done in the disused classroom on Christmas Eve when Harry had given him back the lie about socks. Dumbledore, very quietly, said, yes. All right, Harry. Yes. He led Harry, by the shoulder, out of the chamber. In the corridor at the bottom of the moving staircase, Harry, at the 3rd step, in the half-dark, in the silence, said, Sir. The stone. Harry took it out of his pocket. It was a small uneven red stone, the size of a walnut, warm. It had a shine to it that looked, at his eye, slightly inward, as though the shine were inside the stone and not on its surface. He held it out, in the flat of his hand. Dumbledore looked at the stone. Dumbledore looked at Harry. You found it in the mirror. Yes, sir. And you do not, on examination, want it. No, sir. Most boys do. I'm aware. Why don't you, Harry? Harry, in the corridor, on the 3rd step of the moving staircase, with the stone warm in his hand and the wand in his other hand and the slow space closed and iris very close at the back of his skull, considered the question carefully. Because, he said, I have, on examination, a different relationship with mortality than most boys. I do not need, in order to live, to acquire eternal life. I have, on a careful and quite recent inventory, more life than the typical 11-year-old gets, and I would, on examination, like to live this one carefully, with my friends, and not extend it on the back of a stone whose principal property has been to attract the attention of murderers. Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. You are, said Dumbledore, the strangest first year I have ever taught. Thank you, sir. I had not meant it entirely as a compliment. I'll take it as one anyway, sir. Dumbledore laughed. It was a short, dry, surprised laugh, and it was the first time Harry had ever heard Dumbledore laugh in a way that was not a piece of public theatre. Dumbledore took the stone, gently, from Harry's hand. Dumbledore held it for a moment, in his own old hand, and the stone, Harry's slow space told him, recognized Dumbledore as a friend. Nicholas and I, Dumbledore said, have had a small chat. He has agreed to allow the stone to be destroyed. He has lived, on his and his wife's accounts, a great long happy life, and he is ready, at last, to set his affairs in order. We will see them through to the end of theirs. Then we will end the stone, and any reason any future wraith might have to return to the room behind us tonight. A long happy life, Harry said. Yes. Sir. That sounds like a useful thing to remember. It is, my boy. It is. They went on, up the staircase. In the hospital wing, Hermione was sitting on the edge of Ron's bed and Ron was on the bed with a poultice on his forehead and a tray of chocolate frogs on his chest, and Madame Pomfrey, on Harry's entry, looked him up and down with the brisk assessing eye of a healer and said, briskly, "You've lost 5 pounds tonight, Mr. Potter. Sit. Eat. Sleep." Harry sat. Harry ate. Hermione, who had clearly run between the staff room and the hospital wing several times in the course of the evening, hugged him, briefly, in her formal half-trained way. Ron, on the bed, grinned and held out a frog. "Well," said Hermione. "Did you, Harry," looking at the two of them, in the white hospital wing, with the candles low and the night outside warm and Madame Pomfrey hovering with a vial of something restorative, did the thing he had not, all year, done easily, which was to sit between his friends and let his face be, for a few seconds, the face of a boy who had just been to the bottom of the castle and back. "Yes," he said. "I did." "You're all right." "I'm all right." "Tell us," said Hermione. "Tomorrow," Harry said. "I'll tell you tomorrow, in detail." Tonight, said Ron, around his chocolate frog, "we're alive." "That'll do." "That'll do," Harry agreed. In the dim, with his friends on either side of him and the wand under the pillow and the cloak folded at the foot of the bed, with Iris very quiet and very pleased at the back of his head, with the stone gone, with Quirrell in 3 pieces in a chamber 4 stories below, with Voldemort fled into the continent, with the year almost over, Harry, the speedster, the wizard, the boy with 2 mothers and 2 fathers and 3 friends and 1 enemy, slept. "Bear," said Iris, sleepy. "Sleeping, Iris." "Run, Bear, run." "Tomorrow," he agreed. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Run, Harry. Run 3 days in the hospital wing taught Harry several things about Madame Pomfrey, of which the most important was that she did not, on principle, allow grief to be a reason for any patient of hers to skip a meal. She brought him beef tea and porridge and a small bowl of stewed apple in the morning. She brought him a sandwich and a piece of fruit and a glass of milk at lunch. She brought him a hot supper at 6. She did not, in any of these visits, permit him to refuse on the grounds of being too tired or too distracted or too much in his own head. She stood, with the tray, by the bed, and waited, and when he had eaten the food, she took the tray away. He filed Madame Pomfrey, on the 3rd day, under, kind, in the working sense of the word. Ron, for the first day, slept through almost everything. The chess piece had concussed him properly. Hermione, at the end of the first day, was permitted to leave the wing on the grounds that she had not, on Pomfrey's careful examination, been hurt at all, and was instead, in the wing, complicating the work of the staff with what Pomfrey called, dryly, an excess of care. Hermione had taken the dismissal with the briskly competent dignity of a girl who had been, at home, the small efficient adult of her parents' household, and had, on the second day, returned for a sanctioned hour with a stack of books and a notebook and the air of a person come to take notes. "I'm going to ask," Hermione said, on the chair beside Harry's bed, with her notebook open and her quill in her hand, "and you can answer or not, but please do, because I have been thinking about this for 3 months and the only person who can clarify is you. Go ahead. How fast is fast?" Harry considered. He had told Hermione, the morning after the third floor, in a quiet conversation by the lake, the broad shape of what he was. He had not given her the metaphysics. He had given her the engineering. He had said, "There is, in me, a thing that lets me move faster than the world. I have been working on it since I was 4, it is the same thing that the magic uses, in part, it is also a thing I have, now, by inheritance, and I cannot yet tell you the source." Hermione had taken this with the careful patience of a girl who had, at her parents' surgery, been taught from age 6 that explanations would come in their own time. Today she was on the engineering. Faster than sound, on the lawn last summer. Faster than sound, fully. Faster than that? I don't know. I don't have a way to measure. I have not done a long enough run, in a single sustained slow space, to find out. The slow space is, by my own metric, expensive. I have to eat. I have to rest. I cannot do it all the time. Right. Hermione wrote. Okay. So the thing has a thirst. The thirst is a constraint. The constraint is calorie-bound. Yes. Okay. Walls. Yes. Through walls. Yes. Through people. He did not answer that one immediately. He thought, in the slow space, about the troll. He thought about Quirrel. He thought about the difference between the two. The troll, he said, I went through. I treated the troll as a wall. Stiff, dense, but transparent at frequency. The troll was alive. And Quirrel. Quirrel I touched. I did not go through Quirrel. I broke Quirrel's lattice. On purpose. Yes. You can do both. Yes. Hermione stopped writing. Harry. I want you to understand, she said, in a voice that was not the briskly competent voice and was not the breathless reading too many books voice, that you have, in your hands, a kind of power that is not in the standard textbook because it is not on the standard scale. Adalbert Waffling did not, when he wrote Magical Theory, have a chapter for what you can do. Cornelius Bobbin did not, when he updated him, have a chapter either. There is no chapter for a wizard who, on the side of his magic, has the option to dismantle a person at frequency. There is, Harry, there is no profession in which what you are is normal. There is no master, in this country, who can teach you. You are alone in your own field. I know. That is going to be the rest of your life. I know. I am going to be your friend in it. I know. She wrote, in her notebook, a very small note at the corner of the page. All right, she said. Then we plan. Dumbledore came on the morning of the third day. He did not bring a tray. He brought, on a small silver dish, 6 lemon drops. He set the dish on the bedside table with the careful dignity of a man delivering a gift he had selected with thought. Harry, he said, sitting in the chair Hermione had vacated. I had hoped to come yesterday, but I had a meeting with several governors of the school, who were very interested in the cause of Professor Quirrel's unfortunate death. I have explained that he died as he had begun to live, namely, in pursuit of the stone, and that the school is now arranging for a new appointment to the defense post. The governors were satisfied. They will not, on the long view, be satisfied, sir. No. They will not. The post is, on a famous old superstition, cursed. We will see who applies. Harry, in the bed, with the slow space half open as a precaution and iris very close, looked at Dumbledore. He had been thinking, for 3 days, about what he was going to say. He said, "Sir." "Yes, Harry. I have been considering. There are several things I would like to put on the table. With your permission." Dumbledore inclined his head 1 degree. "First. The stone. The stone is ended, on Mr. Flamel's request. That is, on examination, settled. I am not going to come back to the stone." "Good. Second. Voldemort." Dumbledore did not flinch at the name. Dumbledore had not, on Harry's careful tally, ever flinched at the name. Harry had, on this evidence, decided to use the name in front of Dumbledore, as a small private ritual of mutual respect. "Yes. He is not dead. I think you know he is not dead. I think you have known he is not dead since 1981. "I had hopes," Dumbledore said. "I no longer have them. He will, on the available trajectory, look for a new body. He will, at the limit of his options, look for an old body of his own. He will, sir, do this within the next several years. We will be at war again before I am of age. Yes. I would like, sir, to be prepared." Dumbledore looked at him. The half-moon spectacles caught the light from the high hospital wing window. The blue eyes, behind them, were neither the kind eyes Hagrid had described nor the dangerous eyes Hermione had marked next to in her note. They were both. They were, this morning, the eyes of a man who had been weighing, since the beginning of the conversation, exactly how much information he was permitted to give a child of 11. He said, "Harry. May I ask, in turn, a question?" "Yes, sir." "What did you mean," Dumbledore said, in the chamber, "about a relay?" Harry, in the bed, with the slow space still half open, took a breath. He had decided, in the 3 days, what to give Dumbledore. He had decided to give him, not the metaphysics, but the engineering, the way he had given it to Hermione. He would not give him Iris. He would not give him Barry. He would not give Dumbledore the shape of his other life, because the shape of his other life was the part of him that was not Dumbledore's piece on the chessboard, and Dumbledore had to learn, in advance, that he could not have all of Harry. He would, on balance, give him the working facts. Because Dumbledore, if he was going to be Harry's colleague, had to know what kind of colleague Harry was. "Sir," he said. "Since I was 4 years old, I have been able to step out of time. The mechanism is, partly magical. Partly something else. I have not, in all the books I have read this year, found a precedent in this country. The mechanism is, at this point, a thing I can sustain in long bursts. I can move at speeds the body should not survive. I can, at a particular setting, pass through solid matter. I can, at a different particular setting, dismantle solid matter. The scar on my forehead is, on my own examination, a relay. When Voldemort cast the killing curse on me as an infant, he, in casting, deposited a small portion of himself in me, and in doing so, also relayed a portion of what I am into him. The two of us are linked at the relay. He could, on yesterday's choice, have come into me through the scar. He chose not to. He chose not to because I told him, accurately, that doing so would put him inside the relay, where I would have him. He stopped. He said, "I am telling you all of this, sir, because if you are going to be useful to me, and I to you, you have to know." Dumbledore had not moved. The half-moon spectacles did not, this morning, do the wince. The half-moon spectacles, instead, did a slow careful thing of their own, which was the thing the eyes of a chess player do when his student, with very few moves on the board, has shown him a line he had not, in his preparation, anticipated. "My boy," said Dumbledore, eventually. "Yes, sir. You have, in this conversation, told me a thing the rest of the wizarding world does not know about you. I have. And you have told me, in doing so, that I am not to share it. You are not. Why have you trusted me with it? Harry considered. Because, he said, you have been making decisions about me for 11 years on the basis of incomplete information. The decisions have been, on balance, kindly meant. They have not been, on every front, correct. The decision to leave me with my aunt and uncle, for example, was, on the merits, a poor one, and you knew it. I forgive you for it, because you had your reasons, but you should know that I know. I would like you, going forward, to make your decisions about me on the basis of more complete information. To do that, I have to share. So I have shared. I expect, in return, that you will be more careful about the decisions. The half-moon spectacles caught the light. Dumbledore, old, kind, dangerous, tired, sat with this for a longer moment than any moment of the conversation so far. He said, eventually, Harry. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes what, sir? Yes, I will. Thank you, sir. He picked up a lemon drop. He put the lemon drop in his mouth. Then he said, mildly, on the matter of Voldemort, my boy. There are, in the wider history, several other things I will need, in time, to share. I will not share them today. You have, on examination, had 3 difficult days. They will keep until you are well. But they exist. And when you are ready, you may ask, and I will answer. Will you ask? I will. Then we have, said Dumbledore, an arrangement. We do, sir. He stood. He laid his hand, briefly, on Harry's shoulder, in the same kindness as he had laid it in the chamber. He went to the door of the hospital wing. At the door, with his hand on the handle, he said, Harry. Yes, sir. You were exceptionally brave, in the chamber. You were also exceptionally restrained. I am, in my time as a headmaster, accustomed to the first. The second is rarer. Thank you. He left. Harry, in the bed, with the slow space slowly closing, put the silver dish of lemon drops on the bedside table, took one. He did not, on examination, like lemon drops, but the gesture had been made and would be matched, and put it in his mouth. Bear, said Iris, in the back of his head, with the small dry warmth she had today. Iris. You handled him. I tried. You did. He's worth handling. Don't write him off, but don't trust him whole. He's got his own ledger. He's not telling you all of it. I know. You're going to be all right. I know. He sucked the lemon drop slowly. The lemon drop was sour and small and not, on consideration, a thing he disliked. He had not yet, in his life, had enough sweets to know what he liked. He was, on the 3rd day of the hospital wing, working on it. The end-of-year feast was a green and silver affair until Dumbledore stood up at the high table. The Slytherins, by their accumulated points, had won the house cup. The hall had been decked, that morning, in green and silver banners with the Slytherin serpent. The Slytherin table was, when Harry came in with his arm still bandaged from a graze he had taken on the way out of the chamber and not noticed until Pomfrey had pointed it out, in the singing high spirits of a house that had won. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, between Hermione and Ron. He did not, on principle, look at the Slytherin table. The Slytherin table did, on principle, look at him. Dumbledore, halfway through the pudding, stood. The hall fell silent. Another year gone, he said, in the carrying voice that was, Harry now understood, the headmaster voice and not necessarily the man's voice. Now, as I understand it, the house cup needs awarding, and the points stand thus: in 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points, in 3rd, Hufflepuff, with 352, in 2nd, Ravenclaw, with 426, and Slytherin, with 472. A storm of cheering and stamping broke out from the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy, on Harry's slow space tracking, was banging his goblet on the table. "Yes, yes, well done, Slytherin," said Dumbledore, mildly. "Recent events, though, must be taken into account." The hall went quiet. "To Mr. Ronald Weasley," said Dumbledore, "for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron, beside Harry, went a color Harry had not known a face could go. To Miss Hermione Granger, said Dumbledore, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione, on the bench, put her face in her hands. Hermione, Harry noted, was crying without making any noise about it. To Mr. Harry Potter, said Dumbledore, for pure nerve and outstanding self-restraint, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The hall's noise built. Which means, said Dumbledore, easily, over the noise, that we need a little change of decoration. He clapped his hands. The green and silver banners became, in the air above the hall, scarlet and gold. The serpents became, in the air, lions. Gryffindor exploded. Harry, at the Gryffindor table, between his two friends, did not change his face on the outside. He inclined his head 1 degree to McGonagall at the high table. McGonagall, without smiling, inclined her head 1 degree back. Inside, in the slow space, in the warm low fire of his own chest, with Iris very close and very pleased, Harry was, on careful inspection, happy. He filed it. The train back to King's Cross on the last day of the year was bright and warm and full of children. Harry, Hermione, and Ron took the same compartment they had taken in the other direction, 10 months earlier. The owl, in its cage, complained quietly about the heat. Hermione, on the seat opposite Harry, was reading. Hermione, who had spent the past 2 weeks reading every book on the slow space's possible analogues that the library possessed, had compiled a small leather notebook of her own, which she was, on the journey south, going to formally hand over to him. "It's not finished," she said, handing it across. "I'll add to it over the summer. The library's not the only library. I'm going to ask my father to take me to the British Library. They have a restricted section of their own, apparently, which is more honest about what it's restricted from." Hermione. "Yes. Thank you." She did the brisk competent shrug she did when she did not know how to receive a compliment. "I'll write. I'll write back. Promise. I promise." Ron, who had been eating sandwiches from the lunch trolley with Ron-typical seriousness, said, around a mouthful, "Are you going to be all right with them? The Dursleys?" Harry considered. "They cannot do," Harry said, "what they did before. I am, at this point in my career, considerably faster than they are, considerably more dangerous than they are, and considerably more aware than they are of what they have been to me. I will not, on principle, take revenge. But they will, on examination, behave, because I will, on the first morning, sit them down and explain, calmly, what they will and will not do this summer. The cupboard, for example, is over. Wow. Yes. Will they listen? They will listen. Petunia, in particular, has been waiting for some such conversation for 10 years and will, on having it, be relieved. Vernon will be furious. Dudley will, on the available data, follow whatever line Vernon takes. I expect a difficult first week. And then a quiet summer. I will read. I will run, in the country, at night. I will write to Hermione and to you. I will think. In September, I will be back. There is, on my own ledger, a great deal of work to do. Is there? There is. The Wraith is not gone. He is only fled. He will be working, in the next several years, to come back. I have, in the meantime, to learn dueling. To learn medical magic at Hermione's level. To learn how to defend the people I love. And to learn, on the side, the rest of what I am. He stopped. He said, more quietly, I'm telling you these things because you are my friends and because I have decided, this year, that the protocol of secrecy, on which I lived for 10 years before this one, is over. I will not, on this train, tell you everything. Some of what I am is not, today, a thing I can put in words. But you will not, going forward, find me lying to you. Hermione, on the seat opposite, with her notebook on her knee, said, very quietly, thank you, Harry. Ron, around his sandwich, said, yeah. Yeah. Thanks. The countryside slid past the train window. Late spring. Wheat fields, hedgerows, small towns, a village green with a cricket match, a hill with a single tree. Hermione. Yes. There is one thing I want to tell you that I have not told anyone. She put down her notebook. Ron, on her shoulder, set his sandwich down. They both looked at him. He thought, in the slow space, about Iris. He thought about the protocol of secrecy. He thought about the protocol of friendship. He thought about the fact that Iris had, the night before, in his head, said, gently, tell them about me, Bear. They've earned it. Tell them I exist. Don't tell them everything. But tell them I exist. He said, quietly, there is, in my head, a person. She is not a hallucination. She is not a memory. She is not, and I have, on careful work this year, ruled this out, a piece of Voldemort's deposit on me. She is a person, who has been with me, in the back of my head, since I was 4 years old. She is a friend. She is, on a long examination, family. Her name is Iris. She is, in part, the source of what I can do. I do not, today, fully understand her. I am going to spend my life understanding her. I am telling you because you will, on the long view, spend time with me, and you should know there is a fourth person, sometimes, in the room. The compartment was quiet. Hermione, after a moment, said, all right. All right? All right. We'll meet her, when she wants us to. Yes. Hi, Iris, said Ron, mildly, in the direction of Harry's left ear. In Harry's head, very quietly, Iris laughed. Harry smiled. The smile was, for him, a large smile. Hermione, on the seat opposite, in her quick reading way, noticed it and did not, in his time at Hogwarts, comment on it. Ron, who would, in a year's time, become a boy who noticed such things, did not yet notice it. The train rattled south. At King's Cross, on the platform that had been, for him, a doorway in September, Harry was met by no one. The Weasleys met Ron in a great red exuberant clamor of mother and father and brothers and sister. Hermione was met by her parents, 2 small kind dark-haired muggles in light summer coats, both of whom shook Harry's hand on Hermione's introduction with the careful interest of people who had been told, in considerable detail, by their daughter, that this was the boy. They invited him, Mrs. Granger said warmly, to come and visit them in London any time, and he said, with the small dignified courtesy he had learned at the Gryffindor table, that he would. Then he stood on the platform with his trunk and Hedwig's cage in the throng. The Dursleys, on the Muggle side of the column, were waiting. He could see, through the gap, Vernon's purple face. Vernon's purple face, on Harry's slow space examination, was the face of a man who had had 3 weeks to become accustomed to the thought that the boy was returning, and had not, on examination, become accustomed to it. Harry hugged Hermione, formally. Hermione hugged him back. Ron, at the last moment, came back and shook his hand in the way of an English boy at 11, which was the way Ron's grandfather had taught him. The grandfather, Harry deduced, had taught Ron several useful protocols in advance of life. Harry said, all right. I'll see you at school. 3 months, Hermione said. 3 months, Harry agreed. He pushed his trunk through the column, came out on the Muggle side, and walked up to the Dursleys in the Muggle station with Hedwig in her cage in one hand and his trunk wheeling behind him on the other. "Well," said Vernon, "are you ready, boy?" "Hello, Uncle Vernon." "Get in the car." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." He got in the car. The drive to Privet Drive was conducted in a silence Vernon was clearly unable to fill and which Petunia did not attempt to. Dudley, in the back seat with Harry, took up 2/3 of the seat with his weight and 1/3 of the air with his breathing, and did not, at any point in the drive, address Harry directly. Harry, in the back seat, with the slow space half open out of habit, looked out the window and thought. He had decided, on the train, several things about the summer. The first thing was, the conversation with the Dursleys had to happen on the first night. The second thing was, it had to be done in a way that did not, on the merits, begin a war. The third thing was, he had a tool the Dursleys did not, in the summer of 1991, know about, and the tool was not the wand. The wand was, on ministry rules, illegal to use outside school. The tool was the slow space. He thought, in the slow space, about how he was going to do this. He thought, I will be, on examination, kind. I will be calm. I will sit them down. I will tell them the rules. I will not make threats. The threats will, on their own, be obvious from the calmness. He thought, I will sit Petunia down separately, after the family conversation. I will give her, alone, the chance to talk about her sister, who was my mother. I will not insist. I will offer. He thought, I will, before any of this, do the thing I have decided to do tonight. At Privet Drive, after dinner, after the silent meal in the kitchen during which Vernon had not looked at him and Dudley had eaten his weight in shepherd's pie and Petunia had, twice, looked at Harry's forehead in the way she had used to look at it when Harry was 4, Harry took his trunk upstairs to Dudley's second bedroom. Dudley's second bedroom was a small bright room with a bookshelf full of Dudley's broken toys and a desk and a bed and a window over the back garden. The room had been Dudley's spare things room. The room had not been Harry's room. Petunia had, this afternoon, in a small unprecedented act, moved Harry's small bag of belongings into it. He set the trunk down. He put Hedwig on the desk. He opened the window. The summer evening was warm. He sat on the bed for a moment. He thought, now. He took off his shoes. He put on his trainers, the cheap canvas ones Petunia had bought him 3 years ago and which still, just, fit. He opened the window wider. He stepped onto the sill. He looked down, briefly, at the back garden, Petunia's begonias in their tidy beds, the small lawn, the fence, and then, with the slow space all the way open, he stepped off the sill, walked down the air to the lawn, walked over the fence, walked across the back lane, and ran. He ran southwest. He ran at the speed at which he had run from Surrey to London, only, without the trunk, without the owl, with the slow space wide open, faster. He ran across the south of England. He ran across the small dark counties, past sleeping farmsteads and motorway service stations and dual carriageways with the headlights of lorries hanging in the still air. He ran through the West Country and over the Bristol Channel. The water, in the slow space, was a flat plain of pure refraction he ran over without sinking, and through Wales, and across the Irish Sea, and into the small dark green of Ireland. He turned and came back across the Severn estuary. He cut northeast, through the slow English Midlands, into the West Country again, into the small village in the West Country whose name he had committed to memory in his second week at Hogwarts on the basis of a single line in Hogwarts, a history. Godric's Hollow. He stopped, in the slow space, in the small village square, in front of a small ruined cottage that had a low stone wall around its garden and a brass plate on the gate that, in the slow space, said, on this spot, on the night of October 31st, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. The plate, and several smaller painted lines beneath it, were graffiti from the wider wizarding public. The lines were brief notes of the form "Good luck Harry, wherever you are, and we're with you, and stand for us." Harry, in the slow space, stood and read them. He let the slow space close. The world resumed at its proper speed. The summer night in the village square was warm and quiet. A single owl, somewhere, said "Too-hoo." A cat crossed the square unhurried. He went up the path. The cottage was a ruin. The roof was open to the sky. The upper floor window, a child's bedroom, had been torn outward. The walls, where they stood, were covered in moss and ivy and a long warm growth of summer flowers no one had planted. The garden, in the warm summer dark, smelled of jasmine. In the small overgrown place by the front door, on a small flat stone, was a name. 2 names. James Potter, 1960–1981. Lily Potter, 1960–1981. He sat down on the stone. He sat with his hands on his knees in the warm summer dark, and he, who had been raised on the principle that a thing without a card was a thing one had to identify, said, quietly, aloud, in the small overgrown garden of a small ruined cottage in the West Country, "Hello, Mom." "Hello, Dad." He sat with this. He did not, in the dark, cry. He had not cried since he was 4. He sat with his hands on his knees and let the warm summer night and the smell of jasmine do what they were going to do. He said, after a little while, I want you to know. I'm all right. The boy you left. I am all right. They were not kind, the people you left me with. You should know that. They were not, on examination, what you would have wanted. I forgive Petunia, in part. I forgive Vernon, less. It does not, on the long view, matter. I am, on examination, the kind of boy I would have been with you. I think. I hope. He sat. He said, there is in me a thing that lives beside what is yours. It is a thing my mother, my other mother, who has been with me since I was small, has been gentle with. It is, on examination, a thing I would have been afraid to tell you about, if you had been here, because it would have made me strange, to you. I am, today, both of your son and of someone else's son, and I would like you to know that I am, on my own count, both, and that I am not, on either count, ashamed. He sat. He said, I will, when I am older, come back. I will come back, on examination, more often. I will come back with my friends. I will come back, on a careful internal promise, with the body of the man who killed you, and I will lay him on this stone and I will leave him here, and then we will, all of us, be done. That is, on inspection, a promise I am making to you tonight. I am 11 years old and I am making it because I can keep it. He stood up. He laid his hand, briefly, on the small flat stone. He went out of the garden. In the lane, he opened the slow space and ran on. He ran, from Godric's Hollow, to Central City. He had not, until tonight, attempted a run of this scale. He had not been sure he could. He found, in the running, that the limit was not, today, the speed, the limit was the navigation. He had to know where he was going. He knew, in the part of him that was Barry, where Central City was. He ran northwest from Godric's Hollow to the coast. He ran along the coast to Liverpool. He ran across the Irish Sea, ran across Ireland, ran out across the Atlantic. The Atlantic, in the slow space, was a great flat plain of standing waves. He ran across the tops, in the still time, with the wind of his own body in his hair and the salt smell rising in fixed stalks of spray into the still air. The night, on the Atlantic, was vast. The stars were the still stars. He ran. He had never, in his small life on the Surrey commuter belt, imagined a night the size of the Atlantic. Iris, in the back of his head, was very quiet. Iris was, on the still time examination, watching, with him, the sea. He reached the American coast at what was, on his sense of time, perhaps an hour and a half after he had left Godric's Hollow. He ran inland. He ran across the small dark strip of New England. He ran across upstate New York. He ran across the great low plains. He ran along an interstate beside the still cars and lorries of a continental night. He stopped, briefly, in a town in Iowa, to confirm by signage that he was going the right way. He reached Central City at, on his estimate, 2 in the morning, local. He did not, in the slow space, know exactly where he was going. He ran, in the still time, into the city. The city was a still life of low buildings and tall buildings and one great river and a small park and a number of well-lit Italian restaurants and several apartment blocks that looked the way the apartment blocks Barry had grown up around had looked. He ran, in the slow space, around a corner, around another corner, around another corner, and stopped. On a small side street, in the still time, was a small two-story house with a porch and a small lawn and a particular shade of blue paint on the door. The West's house. He stood, in the slow space, on the still pavement opposite, and looked. The house was dark. It was, on the still time's evidence, 2 in the morning, local. The porch light was on. The flower bed by the path had been weeded recently. There was a small wooden swing on the porch. There was, on the swing, a folded throw of a color iris. In his head, had to put a name to before Harry could remember it, Marigold. He stood on the still pavement for a long moment. He did not, in the slow space, cross the street. He did not knock on the door. He did not, on examination, want to. He was, today, 11, on the other side of the door. If anyone was on the other side, was a man of perhaps 60 who had never, in this universe, known him. There was, in the world, no useful thing he could do tonight by knocking. He had, on examination, not come to knock. He had come to look. He stood on the still pavement and looked and breathed and, for the first time in a very long evening, allowed his face the full thing it wanted to do, which was to smile. Iris, in his head, was very quiet. "Bear," she said, after a long moment. "I came," he said. "You came. I wanted to see it. I wanted you to. I miss them. I know. We'll come back. We will." He stood for a little longer. Then, in the slow space, on the still pavement, he turned, and ran east. He came in over Surrey at, on his clock, almost 6 in the morning, with the eastern sky beginning to flush. He came in through the back garden of number 4 Privet Drive, climbed the back wall, climbed up the drainpipe to Dudley's second bedroom window, his window, now, on Petunia's reluctant resettlement, and sat on the sill. The slow space closed. The world resumed at its proper Sunday morning pace. The kettle was not yet on in the kitchen. Vernon was snoring 3 rooms over. Hedwig, on the desk, opened one yellow eye, regarded Harry, decided his exit and entry were not strange enough to warrant comment, and closed it again. Harry sat on the sill. He had been awake, on his own clock, for a long time. He had run, on a careful estimate, somewhere between 8 and 9,000 miles tonight. He had visited the graves of one set of his parents and the house of, in some small symbolic way, the other. He had used the slow space, in long sustained bursts, in a way he had not previously known he could. He was, on the body's evidence, hungry. He was, on the mind's evidence, peaceful. He sat on the sill and looked at the slowly flushing eastern sky over Privet Drive. He thought, calmly, "This is, on a precise count, the first morning of my second year of magic." He thought, "This is the first morning of the rest of my life as the boy who knows what he is." He thought, "This is, also, the first morning of the war. Voldemort is, on the available evidence, at this hour, somewhere in Central Europe, in some forest, in the form of a wraith, looking for a body. He will find one, in time. He will find a method, in time. He will become, in 2 or 3 or 4 years, a man again. And the man he becomes will have, on the count of his attempt this year, the additional quality of having been told no by an 11-year-old. He will not, on his temperament, take that well. He will come for me. He will come for me as soon as he can. He will not stop coming for me until one of us is the closing parenthesis on the other. He thought, I have, at my back, Iris. I have, in front of me, my friends, my school, a few teachers I trust, and a headmaster who is, at last, as of yesterday, prepared to be a colleague rather than a guardian. He thought, I have, in me, the speed force. He thought, I have time. He took out his ledger. He opened the ledger to the next blank page. He uncapped his pen. He wrote, in his small careful hand, End of Year 1. I am alive. I am whole. I have killed one man, who was, on examination, no longer a man. I have driven my enemy out of Britain. I have taken the stone out of play. I have made one promise to my dead parents. I have named, to my two best friends, the woman who has been the third voice in my head for 10 years. I have made an arrangement with Albus Dumbledore that he will, going forward, treat me as a colleague. I have, on a long count, found a school. I have, on a long count, found a family. I am ready. He closed the ledger. He locked it. He put it in the trunk. He took off his trainers. He lay down on the small soft bed in Dudley's second bedroom in the small grey dawn, and he, who had been raised in a cupboard, who had been told he was not wanted, who had been told he was a boy, who was a wizard, who was a speedster, who was a son, who was a friend, who was a piece of the speed force in 11-year-old form, lay still and listened to the small sounds of a sleeping house. Run, bear, said Iris, gently, in the back of his head, as the eastern sky over Privet Drive went, slowly, from pink to gold. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. Outside the window, on the small flowering hedge, a thrush began to sing. Inside number 4 Privet Drive, the boy with the lightning scar, one of him 11, one of him very much older, closed his eyes, in the small soft bed, in the small soft summer morning, in the warm presence of the woman who had loved him for 2 lifetimes, and slept. Chapter 7 End.